Beliau adalah musisi ya. Beliau saya disebutkan yang lain. Beliau seorang musisi. Mungkin kalau ada grup musik yang sering tampil di TV ya, nah itu nanti dia yang mengenalkan nanti. Ya terima kasih, mungkin itu saja. Nanti kita acara bisa dimulai saja. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Salam yang kedua ini ya, musisi ya. Saya dengan dia adalah musisi. Mungkin kalau ada grup musik yang sering tampil di TV ya, ya native speak Pak. Tadi kita saksikan pembukaan sedang berjalan.
Oke, alhamdulillah, thank you for Bapak Dr. Pagi. And while we are having this competition in another place, we also have an opening of FeLKA 2022. It's also in Al-Azhar Cikarang 16. Okay. So, without further ado, let's move on to the main event for today, which is the storytelling performances. For all of the audience here, please make sure that you have muted yourself when we are having the performances. No voice from all of us here, so we can concentrate to watch the performances. Yeah. If you have anything to say, please you can just type it in the chat room. Yeah. Okay. Can we start for the first participant? You can respond actually. Okay, let's start here. For the first participant here. So this is the participant number 1. Okay.
Berikan tepuk tangan yang meriah untuk FeLKA 2022.
Saya mau fokus dulu biar bisa.
Pukul 8 waktu Indonesia Barat, penjurian dari perlombaan FeLKA telah dimulai. Semoga untuk para peserta bisa memberikan yang terbaik dan menjadi juara FeLKA 2022. Ladies and gentlemen, the opening remarks, Manager YPI Al-Azhar, the Dr. Andes Budiono MPD, you may deliver your speech.
Okay, I'm sorry for the problem here. And this is the participant number. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Hello, I would like to tell you a story about demon mask. Long time ago, lived an old lady named Shirni. She lived by herself because her husband has passed away and she had no children. Every day, she prayed to God to give her a child. Oh my God, I'm sure you will give me a child. If you do not give me a child, who will take care of me on someday? So please, answer my prayer. Amen. Ha 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 ha! But Shirley, I will give what you want. You gave her a bunch of cucumbers. Planted around your house. Thank you so much, Putoijo. Thank you. In the morning, Rosny planted the seeds. No longer after that, a big golden cucumber grew from plant. Rosny plucked the golden cucumber and carried it home carefully. This is very heavy. Where is it? Where is the knife?
is a beautiful baby girl. Thank God, I will give you a special name. Demon Mask. Yes, you are Demon Mask. Years passed by, and Demon Mask had grown to becoming a lovely little girl. She kept thinking what she should do if Butoijo take Demon Mask back. One night, Bosni had a dream to save Demon Mask. My daughter, I must meet the holy man who lives in the Mount Gondol, said Mbok Sirni. What? How can you go there, mother? It's dangerous. But I hope we surely meet the holy man who will help us. Demon Mask replied. Then Mbok Sirni took leave of Demon Mask to go to Mount Gondol. Oh, come in. Please receive my gift. I have 4 little bags containing cucumber seeds, needles, salt, and shrimp paste. You can use this to protect Demon Mask. Thank you so much, sir. I will use it well. Bosni replied. A few days later, Butoijo came to see Bosni. In worry, Bosni said, my daughter, take this bag with you. Don't run to the back door. But Butoijo saw Demon Mask running to the woods. Where are you going, Demon Mask? Don't flee, said Butoijo, full of anger, starved, and enraged. He rushed toward Demon Mask. Please don't chase her, please, said Bosni. Step aside, Bosni. You can't block me way to chase after her. Now go! Butoijo was getting closer and closer. So Demon Mask opened the first bag. She threw the seeds and instantly grew, becoming a large cucumber field. But the giant ate them all. They seem so fresh and yummy. Ah, delicious. Wait, Demon Mask, I'll catch you. Butoijo was getting closer, so Demon Mask opened the second bag with needles inside and then spilled it. The needles turned into sharp and thorny bamboo trees. Butoijo's body was scratched and bleed. Damn you! I'll get you, Demon Mask! Shouted Butoijo as he tried to get himself out from the bamboo field. Then Demon Mask opened the third bag with salt inside. The ground turned into a deep sea. Butoijo almost drowned. After some time, he managed to get himself up from the water. Demon Mask saw the giant coming, so she reached for the last bag. She took the shrimp paste and threw it. The shrimp paste turned into a big swamp of boiling mud. The mud slowly but surely drowned him. Helplessly, he roared out, "Help! Help!" Then Butoijo drowned and died. Demon Mask immediately went home. Mother, nice to see you again, said Demon Mask happily. My daughter, are you okay? I'm glad you can go back home safely. Yes, Mother, Butoijo has died. He will not disturb us again forever. Since then, Demon Mask and Bokchini lived happily ever after. From the story, we can take some lesson. First, we should not go outside our home. Second, we should keep our promise. And lastly, the kindness will defeat the crime. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, next is particle number 2.
This story is about a warrior princess. Actually, she's the first woman animal in the world that came from Aceh. Amazing, right? Can you guess who she is? No? Alright, I'll spill it. She is Kumala Hayati. Now, have you even heard about her? I bet you don't. So, without further ado, if you're really curious about her, then it's time for us to go to the story. In 1599, the Dutch troops, led by Commander Colonel Hotman, finally arrived at Aceh and conducted a meeting with the Sultan of Aceh by saying that they were willing to build a good relationship. At first, the Sultan accepted peacefully and happily, but gradually the Dutch began to act greedily and forced their will that triggered Kumala Hayati's anger until proclaiming the Inombali troops. It was 11 September 1599. Kumala Hayati standing bravely on the deck of her ship. Her eyes gleamed sharply as the ships of the Netherlands appears one by one. She then closed both of them and faced the sky. Fear filled the air around her. La ilaha illallah. La ilaha illallah. La ilaha illallah. Muhammadar Rasulullah. Words of encouragement to fight in the way of Allah. 2,000 troops were waiting for her command. While in the distance, ships of the Netherlands can be seen, led by Commander Colonel Hotman, who want to take over the trade in Malacca Strait. The air was clear, the sun shining bright, and the waves is calm. They don't know what's going to happen in some few minutes. Kumala Hayati turned, facing her troops. This is our time to continue our struggle. This is our time to show the world real woman. Woman who has power, woman who has spirit. And I want all of you to believe in our abilities. And suddenly, Allahu Akbar! It was Kumala Hayati, followed by her troops behind. As the battle cried, not a loud sounds can be heard. Boom! 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 Cannonballs flies, looking for prey. But two warriors of Aceh was affected. They welcomed their enemies fearlessly. Meanwhile, Kumala Hayati's ship chased the Hotman. She jumped and faced the Hotman without signs of fear. Meanwhile, the Hotman watched her in trepidation, but his pride as a man prevented him to surrender. He jumped and he sword at Kumala Hayati's head. Weapons clashed. Kumala Hayati pushed the Hotman back. And before even he can cover, she struck. Her right arm stuck right in the Hotman's chest. He fell and died. The rest of the enemy's troops trembled and they decided to surrender. Kumalahati has freed Malacca straight from the greed of the Netherlands. After the battle has ended, Kumalahati has become a legendary woman who inspires many people. But her story was not just impressive, she is brave, honorable, and admirable. Kumalahati has conquered the ocean, and now it's our time in the generation to conquer the world. From Kumalahati to Warrior Princess, we learn two things. First, Iman and determination to fight in the way of Allah is the key to victory. And second, women can also contribute to country and nation. And that's my story. Thank you for your attention. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam. 644.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Next for participant number 3.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning everyone. Honorable all the juries and the committee of this storytelling contest. I am participant number 3. I would be very happy if you want to listen to my story, entitled The Legend of Surabaya. Before we start, may I ask you a question? Does anyone here come from Surabaya? Do you know the symbol of the city? Correct. The symbol of Surabaya is a shark and a crocodile. Do you know the story behind it? The statue depicts a fight between a shark and a crocodile. There are some versions of the story, and this is one of them. Have a nice listen. A long time ago in East Java, there were two strong animals, Sura and Baya. Sura was a shark and Baya was a crocodile. They live in the sea. Actually, they were friends. But when they were hungry, they were very greedy. They did not want to share their food. They would fight for it and would stop fighting until one of them gave up. It was very hot day. Sura and Baya were looking for some food. Suddenly, Baya saw gold. Yummy! This is my lunch. No way! This is my lunch! You are greedy! I had not eaten for 2 days. Then Sura and Baya found each other. After several hours, they were very tired. Sura had to plan to stop their bad behavior. I'm tired of fighting, Baya. Me too. What should we do to stop fighting? Do you have any idea? Wait. Yes, I do. Let's share our territory. I live in the water and look for food in the sea. And you live on the land and look for food also on the land. The border is the beach. So we will never meet again. Do you agree? Okay, I agree. From today I will never go to sea again. My place is on land. Then they both live in different places. But one day, Surah went to the land and looked for some food in the river. Baya was very angry when he knew that Surah broke the promise. Hey, what are you doing here? This is my place. Your place is the sea. But there's water in the river, right? So this is also my place. Then Surah and Baya fought again. Surah finally gave up. He went back to the sea. And Baya was very happy. People then always talk about the fight between Surah and Baya.
Sebagainya gitu, Pak Agus.
Okay, they named the place of the fight as Surabaya. That is the end of my story. The moral value from this story is fighting is not a good way to solve problems. We must have mutual respect each other. As stated in Surah Al-Anfal 61. A'udzu billahi minasy syaithanir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Wa in janahu lis-salmi fajnah laha wa tawakkal 'ala Allah. Innahu huwas-sami'ul 'alim. Shadaqallahul 'azim. And if they are inclined towards peace, then accept it and put your trust in Allah. Indeed, He is all-hearing, all-knowing. God is true of all His words. I really appreciate your attention. And finally, I would like to say goodbye. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Next, participant number 4.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Hello everyone, my name is Clarissa Abidalini Barli, and today I want to tell you the legend of Gunung Pinang. Once upon a time, in Banten seashore, lived an old widow and her son named Dampawang. They were very poor. Dampawang always wanted to go to Malacca and wished to be a rich man, so he and his mother could live happily ever after. But his mother never allowed him to go. But one day, a miracle happened. His mother called Dampawang's name. Dampo, I feel worried with your condition now. You're just dreaming to be rich. But if you want to go, it's okay, dear. Really? Thank you, Mom. Thank you very much. Dampawang was very happy to hear that. So he went to Malacca accompanied by a parrot named Sikatut. Every day before the sun was rising, Dampawang worked very hard cleaning all of the docks in Teguh Abu Matsa's ship, a merchant from Malacca. As time went by, Dampawang was very known as a very diligent ship crew. Until one day, Teguh Abu Matsa called him to talk together. Dampu, as we know, you've been working with me for 5 years. I am very proud of you. You're a very diligent and hardworking person. Thank you, sir. Dakwawang was very shocked to hear that. Sir, I'm just a donation. Do I deserve here? Don't worry, I don't want this for my daughter. The days went by, and Dakwawang had left his village for 10 years. One day, a news that a merchant from Malacca would come to Banten arose. Dakwawang's mother was very happy to hear that. Oh, I hope that my son Dakwawang's son, finally your dreams come true. Thank God, thank you very much. The next day, a ship was sighted entering the harbor. Meanwhile, inside the ship, Dakwawang felt very worried that he would meet his mother. He was now a rich merchant. Many people steamed to the harbor to see the new merchant. He was very handsome, and on his shoulder there was a parrot that seemed very strong and very healthy. Dakwawang, son, your mother is right here, said Dakwawang's mother, waving her hand to Dakwawang. Ew, what a poor and messy woman. Is she your mother, honey? Said Siti Nur Hasanah. Dakwawang was very ashamed, so he didn't confess to his wife that the old woman was his mother. Oh my God. No, she's not my mother. My parents were very rich and they had died long ago. Hey you, crazy old women. I've never had a mother like you. Here, take all my money, you poor and dirty old women. Dakwawang's mom was very sad and her heart was broken. She was very disappointed. After Dakwawang and his wife left, she prayed to God. Oh God, if he is not my son, then let him go. But if he is my son, then punish him because he had made his mother sad. Suddenly, the sky turned dark, thunder and storm appeared. Dakwawang's ship drifted on the sea, and the miracle came. Sikatuk katak. Confess your mother, Dakwawang! Confess your mother! No, she's not my mother! My parents were very rich and they had died long ago. The twister came and threw Dakwawang's ship far away to the south. His ship capsized and now became a mountain. Nowadays, people call it by the name Gunung Pinang. It is located in Kabupaten Banten province. So, the moral lesson of the story is that no matter how successful you are, always remember and respect your parents because they are the one who raised you and supported you, and it is the very reason why you are successful. Without them, you may not reach this far. Okay, that is all from me. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Hello everyone. Today I want to tell you a story about the legend of a famous queen on the South Sea of Java. Can you guess who she is? Okay, now listen to my story. Long time ago, there was a kingdom in West Java. The kingdom was ruled by King Mundingwangi. The king had a beautiful princess named Dewi Kadika. For her beauty, she was often called Dewi Sringenge, which meant the goddess of the sun. Not only that, she was also beautiful deep down to her soul. She was always generous and kind to everyone she met. Even though the king had a beautiful and generous daughter, he was unhappy. Do you know why? It's because the king expected to have a son. The king then married Dewi Mutiara and he had a son from her. At that time, the king was very happy. But my friend, Dewi Mutiara then became greedy. She wanted her son to be the king in the future. So she must make sure of it. I have to find a way to make Dewi Kadita go away from here. My son has to be the only heir to throne his kingdom, not her. Dewi Mutiara then came to the king and asked him to send away his daughter. Do you think the king will fulfill that kind of request? Of course not! That's ridiculous! And no one will do such thing to my daughter! Said the king Muniwangi angrily. Dewi Mutiara then smiled and calmed the king down until he wasn't angry anymore. Dewi Mutiara then came up with another idea. Do you know what's her idea? She called the witch. She wanted the witch to curse Dewi Kadita so she could go away from the kingdom. That was so easy, my queen. Don't you worry, said the witch. In the middle of the night, the witch casted a spell, and suddenly, Dewi Kadita's beautiful body full of ulcer, and it smelled really bad. The beautiful princess cried. Oh no! What happened to my body? What should I do? Sobbed Dewi Kadita. The king was very sad. His beautiful daughter got a mysterious illness just in one night. Then he made an announcement. Attention please! For anyone who can cure the illness of my daughter will get a big prize from me, said the king. However, no one could cure the illness of his daughter. The king didn't want her daughter to be a rumor, so he has to send away his daughter. The poor princess didn't know where to go. She walked for almost 7 days and 7 nights. Then she came to the Salt Ocean. The ocean was so clear and clear. After walking for so long, Dewi Kadita finally fell asleep there. In her dream, she met someone who gave her an unexpected suggestion. Drown yourself in the ocean and all your illness will be healed, said that person. The princess suddenly woke up from her dream and she jumped into the water and swam. Suddenly, there was a miracle. The ocean water cured her illness. She became more beautiful than before. She also had a power to command the whole South Ocean. So she became the queen of South Ocean, called Nyi Roro Kidul. So my friends, in this story we can learn that we mustn't be greedy and we must be a good person for anyone. Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala said in Quran Surah Al-Zalzalah verse 7 to 8, so whoever does an atom's weight of good will see it. and whoever does in atoms of evil will see it. Thank you everyone for watching this video. I hope you enjoyed my story. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Next is number 6.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, how are you doing today? May all of you are in a good condition and a happy situation as me. Because today I'm gonna tell you the amazing story about how mean a woman should behave. The title is Sabay nan Aloy. Here's the story. Once upon a time, there was a happy family in Nagari Parangtaro, West Sumatra. They had one daughter and one son. The husband was named Rajo Babandyang and his wife was named Sadun Saribay. Their children's names were Sabay nan Aloy and Mangkuta Alam. Sabay was a beautiful and a fearless girl. She was very good at cooking and other homemaking duties. Moreover, she was smart, diligent, and skilled in a martial art called silat. In contrast, her brother, Mangkuta Alam, was a lazy son. He always engaged in recreation and sometimes gambled as well. Rajo Babandyang always adored his children, and even though Mangkuta Alam was a slothful person, he loved him very much. Close to Nagari Parangtaro was Kampung Situju. In here, there is a rich man who was named Rajo nan Panjang. He was a wealthy and a powerful person, but cunning and guileful. He knew that Sabay was a beautiful girl and he wanted to marry her. Rajo nan Panjang sent his messenger to propose Sabay nan Aloy. He was very sure that Sabay's father would accept his proposal. Oh guards, I send you to go to Raja Babandyang to convey my proposal to his daughter. I'm sure Raja Babandyang would be happy to have a rich son-in-law like me, cried Rajo to his guard confidently. Receiving these orders, the guards left for Parangtaro. Arriving at Parangtaro, they conveyed their master's proposal to Sabay nan Aloy's father. Of course, Rajo Babandyang refused Rajo nan Panjang's proposal because he did not want his daughter to have such a dreadful husband. As a result, Rajo nan Panjang became irritated. He got angry and wanted to have a fight with Rajo Babandyang. Consequently, Padang Panabuhan, a mountain area between Nagari Parangtaro and Kampung Situju, was the location they chose to fight each other. Once they made an agreement, there was a fighting between Rajo Babandyang and Rajo nan Panjang. But the combat was unfair. Rajo nan Panjang was crafty. He planned to have a person to watch the fight from far away in hiding place. As he assumed, Rajo Babandyang dominated the fight, and then his men acted on their plan. As a result, the bullet struck to Rajo Babandyang and he died. Fortunately, there was a shepherd who was watching the fight. He reported to Sabay and her mother the death of Rajo Babandyang. Of course, this bad news made them feel gloomy. Swiftly, Sabay went to Padang Panabuhan alone. She met with Rajo nan Panjang, who still persuaded her as his wife. Again, Sabai rejected his offer and said that she could not accept that Rajonan Panjangs had killed her father. "Hey, shameless old bastard! You killed my father in a cowardly way! You bastard!" "Your mouth is so presumptuous, Sabai! You will regret it like your father later!" "So you killed my father! You really are a human bastard!" While pointing his rifle at the man's face, and the sound of Sabai's rifle pounding several times made the man's body right, died instantly. The bodyguards cannot do anything and just flabbergasted. Suddenly, Sabai grabs the gun that was held by Rajonan Panjang's staff and killed him. As a result, he died. Sabai demonstrated that as a woman, she could defend her family, and added stated that women are weak and crying was insignificant for Sabai. She was willing to fight for her family's prestige. She was able to do what she needed to do. One of the intrinsic of the story is how Minang women should behave. She can be very gentle or can be fiercer than a lion's if her family was disturbed. Describe it in Minang Pepatah Pepiti, Bajalan si ganjo alalay, Padapai suroy inan labya, Alu tatarong patatigo, Samoy tapija, inda mati. That's all the story of Sabay nan Aloy. Hope you enjoy it. See you on the next time. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Next is participant number 7.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Kayla Altafanisa Mahirausi. Today, I would like to tell you a story with the title, The Legend of Ruai Bird.
Once upon a time, there was a kingdom in West Kalimantan. The king had 7 daughters. The queen had passed away. The king didn't want to remarry. The 7 daughters were beautiful. However, the youngest daughter was the most beautiful. She also had the kindest. She often helped other people. Her sisters were very much different. They were lazy. They also had bad attitude. They cruel to other people. The king knew about his daughters' behaviors. He often advised his older daughters to behave. He often advised his older daughters to behave like the youngest daughters. Sadly, they never listened to the king's advice. They hate their younger sisters because the king often praised her good behaviors. The older daughters often did terrible things to the younger sisters. They often hit her. She was very sad. She often cried. She could not tell it to her father because her sisters always intimidated. They would hit her even harder if she told their father. One day, the king asked all her daughters to meet him. My daughters, I'm going to the neighboring kingdom. I'll go for several months. While I'm gone, my youngest daughters will rule the kingdom. Do you understand? Asked the king. What? But father, why you always trust the kingdom rule to the youngest? Did you not believe me, father? Said the older daughters. You and your other sister were not fixed to lead my kingdom. You were lazy. You cruel to other people.
happened after that? The older daughters were angry. They very upset because their father always trusts the kingdom rule to the youngest. After the king left, they planned something bad. Do you know what they planned? They planned to get rid of their younger sisters. They pretend to be nice to her. The younger sister was so happy. Finally, her older sisters were nice to her. The older daughters asked her to go fishing. They asked to Gua Batu or Stone Cave. There were a river flowing inside the cave, and there were a lot of fish in that river. The youngest sister was so happy. When they finally arrived at the cave, she didn't know that her sisters were going something bad to her. Hurry up, let's go inside the cave. You can find a lot of fish inside the cave, said the older daughters. The youngest was so eager. As she went inside the cave, she didn't know that her sisters stayed outside the cave. They kept on asking her to go inside the cave. She kept on walking until she was lost. She was calling out her sisters. Sisters, sisters, where are you? I can't. Said the youngest sisters. But they did not respond. She didn't understood that her sisters didn't want her to rule the kingdom anymore. Do you know what happened after that? She was very sad. She cried. Suddenly, an old woman came. Do you know who is she? She was a holy woman. She was meditating at the cave. She changed her tears into eggs. Don't worry, I could help you. You can go back to the kingdom, but you have changed into a bird. I name you Ruai Bird. After that, brood these eggs. After they hatch, they will accompany you, said the old woman. She grinned. Slowly, she changed into a beautiful bird and fly to the sky. And after all the eggs were hatched, they went back to the king. They all stayed at the tree near the kingdom. They all saw how the king punished the older sisters. The end. The moral of the fellows is envy is very bad. It can lead to bad things, even to our own family or relative. Rasulullah SAW ordered us to stay away from envy. Rasulullah SAW said, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Iyyakumul hasada fa innal hasada ya'kulul hasanati kama ta'kulul naru hatoba. Which means stay away from envy, because envy is goodness, like fires it's firewood. Hadis riwayat Abu Daud. Thanks for watching. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Next is participant number 8.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thanks to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala because we are still given health and favor to be here. There are judges, our teachers, also the audience that I'm proud of. Hi, I'm from contestant number 8, and on this happy occasion, let me tell you one story. And the title is Timun Mas, one of the famous folklore from Indonesia. Long time ago, in the island of Java, Indonesia, lived a couple of farmers. They had married for some years, but they had no child. So, they prayed to a monster called Buto Ijo to give them children. Buto Ijo was a ferocious and powerful monster. He granted their wish on one condition. If their children had grown up, they had to sacrifice them to Buto Ijo because he likes to the fresh meat of a human being. So, are you agree with my condition? Asked Buto Ijo. Okay, we'll do it, answered the mother. The farmers then agreed to his condition. Several months later, the wife was pregnant. She gave birth to a beautiful baby girl. They called her Timun Mas. Timun Mas was a very healthy and a very smart girl. She was also very diligent. When Timun Mas was a teenager, Buto Ijo came to her house. Timun Mas was frightened, so she ran away to hide. The farmers then told Buto Ijo that Timun Mas was still a child. So they asked him to postpone. Buto Ijo agreed and promised he would come again. By the following year, Buto Ijo came again to the house. Hey, old lady, where's your daughter that you promised me? Asked Buto Ijo. She's taking a bath in the river, Mr. Giant. Her body stinks. Surely you didn't like eating it, answered the mother. What? She's taking a bath in the river? Okay, I'll come in a week and make sure she's ready for me to take to the forest, said Buto Ijo. Sure, sir, I won't let you down, answered the mother. When the third time Buto Ijo came to their house, their parents had prepared something for him. They gave Timun Mas several bell noodles, seeds of cucumber, salt, and dressing. Timun, take this, said the mother. Whoa, whoa, whoa! What are this thing? Asked Timun Mas. This are your movements. Buto Ijo will chase you and eat you alive. So run as fast as you can, and if he will catch you, spread this to the ground. Now, go! Timun Mas was very scared, so she ran as quickly as she could. When Buto Ijo arrived, she was far from home. He was very angry when he knew that his prayer had left, so he ran to chase her. He had a sharp nose, so he knew what direction his prayer left. Timun Mas was just a little girl, while Buto Ijo was a monster, so he could easily catch her up. When he almost catch her, Timun Mas threw her seeds of cucumber. It turns into vines of cucumber. The exhausted Buto Ijo was very thirsty, so he grabbed and ate them. While Buto Ijo was busy eating, Timun Mas would run away. But soon, Buto Ijo realized and started chasing her again. Catch me if you can! Mocked Timun Mas. When he almost catched her, Timun Mas threw the ramen noodles. In seconds, it turns into this of Lomba forest. Buto Ijo found it hard to pass. It took him some time to break the dents of the bamboo trees. Meanwhile, Timun Mas could run farther. When he almost catched her, Timun Mas threw her dressing to the ground. This time, it turned into a lake. Buto Ijo was very busy to save himself. But Buto Ijo overcome it and started chasing her again. Finally, when he almost catched her, the last good thing that she had, she threw her soul to the ground. The land where Buto Ijo stood turns into ocean. Someone save me! Shouted Buto Ijo. But Buto and died at Song. Timunmas was thankful to God and go back home. Thank God he saved Timunmas. This is the end of the story. The moral lesson that we can take from the story is first, do not pray except to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, because as Muslim, we can only pray and believe to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Second, believe in yourself and never give up. That's all that I can say for today. I'm sorry if there is words or my behavior that unpleasant you all. And to God, I beg for forgiveness. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Next is Marina.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Hi, today I'd like to tell you a story from Far East. It's about the virtue of honesty, entitled The Emperor and the Sea. Here's the story goes. An emperor in the Far East was growing old and knew it was time to choose his successor. Instead of choosing one of his assistants or his children, he decided something different. He called young people in the kingdom together one day, and he said, "It's time for me to step down and choose the next emperor. I have decided to choose one of you." The kids were shocked, but the emperor continued, "I'm going to give each one of you a seed today, one very special seed. I want you to plant the seed, water it, and come back here 1 year from today with what you have grown from this one seed. I will then judge the plant that you bring, and the one I choose will be the next emperor." One boy named Ling was there today. He, like the others, received a seed. He went home and excitedly told his mother the story. She helped him get a pot and planting soil, and he planted the seed, watered it carefully. Every day he would water it and watch to see if it had grown. After about 3 weeks, some of the older youths began to talk their seed and the plants that were beginning to grow. Ling kept checking his seed, but nothing ever grew. 3 weeks, 4 weeks, 5 weeks went by, still nothing. By now, others were talking about their plants, but Ling didn't have a plan, and he felt like a failure. 6 months went by, still nothing in Ling's pot. He just knew he had killed his seed. Everyone else had a trees and tall plants, but he had nothing. Ling didn't say anything to his friend, however. He just kept waiting for his seed to grow. A year finally went by, and all the youths of the kingdom brought their plants to the emperor for inspection. Ling told his mother, but he wasn't going to take an empty pot. But she encouraged him to go and take his pot and to be honest about what happened. Ling felt sick in his stomach, but he knew his mother was right. He took his empty pot to the palace. When Ling arrived, he was amazed at the variety of plants grown by the older youths. They were beautiful in all shapes and sizes. Ling put his empty pot on the floor, and many of the older kids laughed at him. A few felt sorry for him and just said, "Hey, nice try." When the emperor arrived, he surveyed the room and greeted the young people. Ling just tried to hide in the back. "What great plans! trees and flowers you have grown," said the emperor. "Today one of you will be appointed the next emperor." All of a sudden, the emperor spotted Ling at the back of the room with his empty pot. He ordered his guards to bring him to the front. Ling was terrified. "The emperor knows I'm a failure. Maybe he will have me killed." When Ling got to the front, the emperor asked his name. "My name is Ling," he replied. All the kids were laughing and making fun of him. The emperor asked to everyone to quiet down. He looked at Ling and announced to the crowd, "Behold your new emperor. His name is Ling." Ling couldn't believe it. Ling couldn't even grow his seed. How could he be the new emperor? When the emperor said, "1 year ago today, I gave everyone here a seed. I told you to take the seed, plant it, water it, and bring it back to me today. But I gave all a boiled seed which would not grow. All of you, except Ling, have brought me trees and plants and flowers. When you found that the seed would not grow, you substituted another seed for the one I gave you. Ling was the only one with the courage and honesty to bring me a pot and my seed in it. Therefore, he is the one who will be the new emperor." So, ladies and gentlemen, the prophet taught truthfulness and righteousness. Righteousness leads to paradise, and a man may keep on telling the truth until becomes a truthful person. Falsehood leads to al-fajr, and al-fajr leads to fire. And a man may keep on telling lies till he is before Allah a liar. Sahih Al-Bukhari. That's all for me. Thank you for listening. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Next is participant number 5.
Mom! Mom! Where are you? Why is there smoke everywhere? It was noon, but the sky was bitterly dark. Smoke was everywhere. Homes and fields were no longer green and visible. On the river, the lava angrily ran, burning everything in its way, reaching the furthest point it could reach. Hundreds of people died that day. More of them lost their homes, pets, and belongings. Now, this isn't some so-called science fiction movie. It was what happened in November 2010, when Merapi, one of the most active and massive volcanoes, erupted. Now, how many of you actually know about how Mount Merapi was formed? Well, there's actually a little history behind this, and I will be telling you about that today. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Adara Diandra Ramadhani Harun, and today I will be telling you a story about how Mount Merapi was formed. Where Java is today was a big, massive island, and where Merapi is today was a wide, flat meadow area. No mountains or hills. One day, this island tilted for an unknown reason. This was a little concerning to the gods and goddesses above, so they decided to gather around and discussed about putting this island back to its rightful position. We cannot let this island collapse. If this island collapses, it will ruin the balance of the earth, said the god of land. Well, if you like me to, I can always move this little mountain over here from the southern sea to this island. How does that sound? Offered the goddess of mountains. I really like that idea. Thank you. Yes. I'm gonna need you to put the mountain right here. Yes, said the god of land while pointing at a wide, flat meadow area, without him knowing that it is actually the home of two of the most prominent blacksmiths, Ki Ageng Agni and Ki Gede Surya. What? You can't just do that? That is the home to two of the most prominent blacksmiths. We can't just kill them like that. We can at least move them somewhere else first, said the god of iron. The gods and goddesses then agreed to send their general of migration, his deputy, and some troops to negotiate. Once they arrived, one of the gods' messengers said, "Excuse me, sir. We're truly sorry to disturb you, but the king god sent us here." Ki Ageng Agni and Ki Gede Surya then stopped their work to let the god's messenger in to sit down. "So, tell us, why are you here exactly?" asked Ki Ageng Agni. The god's messenger then told the two blacksmiths that they needed to move somewhere else. They also told them what the gods have decided and their reasons. But Ki Gede Surya rejected the offer. "We're terribly sorry. We don't want to go against the gods or anything. No, of course not. It's just that we're making a magical keris. And this keris, it can't just be made anywhere else in the world. It has to be made somewhere special." You can't do that. Please follow the instructions. Please follow the rules. We, in the name of the gods, will make sure you find a better place to make such keris. But Ki Ageng Agni and Ki Gede Surya insisted on staying. "Again, we're truly sorry, but we can't just move like that. We have promises and work to be done. If you two don't move, this island will collapse, and it will ruin the balance of the earth. Think for humanity. Think of the children." The god's messenger tried trying to but it didn't work. Feeling furious, the god's messenger then swung their sword, ready to fight the two blacksmiths. But unfortunately, they lost and went back up to the heavenly place empty-handed. They also reported this incident to the king god, gods, and goddesses, and their reaction was quite interesting. "What? How dare they fight us? We need to teach them a lesson," said the god of winds. He then blew a mountain and laid it down exactly in the home of the two blacksmiths. They were crushed and died tragically. The lava they used to make swords turned out to be magma, making this mountain an active volcano. Now, you might be wondering, but what happened to the two blacksmiths? Did they just die like that? No. Legend says that they became the guardians of these mountains, making sure this mountain is ready to erupt. Now, there are several things you can learn from this story. One is that we should always keep our promises no matter what. Take the two blacksmiths as an example. They kept their promises to make this magical keris and refused to move anywhere else, even though they knew it would cost their lives. Two is that we should prioritize overall human welfare. And three is that we shouldn't be egocentric people, because our prophet once said, "The best man amongst you is the one who contributes to mankind the most." Thank you for your time. That will be all from me today. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Hi,
Hi, my name is Natalia Kusumay Kakri, and today I'll be telling you the legend from West Kalimantan called the Crying Stone. Let's begin. Once upon a time, there was a mother and a daughter. The daughter's name was Darmi. Darmi's father passed away when she was little. They used to live well, but after Darmi's father passed away, Darmi's mother had to work hard every day to provide for her and her daughter. Because of working in the fields, her skin turned dark, and her weight also shrunk. Everything she did was for Darmi, her only daughter. But, on the contrary, Darmi didn't want to help her mother. Everything she does every day is just dressing up and being lazy around the house. One day, Darmi's mother needed to work in the fields. The harvest season is coming up, so she would work until the afternoon. Darmi's mother then called out for Darmi, her daughter. Darmi, can you cook today, sweetheart? I need to work in the field and I won't be home until the afternoon. And when you're finished cooking, will you take some food for me to the field? Darmi was surprised, and she replied with, I don't want to, Mom. If I cook, my hair can smell like smoke. And if I take it to the field, my skin will turn dark. Darmi's mother could only shake her head. While in the field, Darmi's mother worked hard. And when she was tired, she would take a break and sit under the shade and while drinking the jug of water that she brought with her. And when she was on break, she would pray to God. Oh God, please release my daughter from her lazy habit. And when she was finished praying, she would continue on her work and then went home. When she got home, what a surprise! There was no food at the table. Darmi, who saw her mother, was furious. Where have you been? There's no food at home. I'm starving! Darmi's mother could only answer her question impatiently. Darmi, I already told you to cook today. Darmi, who heard that, was so angry that she stormed off to her room, leaving her mother, who was hungry and tired. The next day, Darmi's mother was ready with their harvest and was ready to go to the market. She then called up for Darmi. Darmi, come with me to the market and help me carry the booze. Darmi then said to her mother, I don't want to, Mom. The market is so dirty, and it would get my skin dirty. Ugh, I can't imagine my skin getting dirty. Darmi's mother only sighed sadly. Darmi's mother walked to the market by herself. When she was in the market, she exchanged the harvest for some money. She didn't get too much, but she got enough to buy a few days' necessities. When Darmi saw her mother counting money, she approached her. Mom, my powder ran out. Can you buy me a new one? Darmi's mother, of course, can't say no to her daughter. She said yes, but she had to come with her to the market, so she didn't pick the wrong one. Darmi then complied and said yes. While on their way to the market, Darmi met a woman. It was her friend. Hey Darmi, where are you going? I want to go to the market. Darmi's friend then looked behind her and pointed at her mother. By the way, who's that? Is she your mother? Darmi, who doesn't want her friend to know that she is an ugly and disgusting mother, said, Of course not. This is my maid. Of course not my mother. Darmi's mother was heartbroken, but she kept it in her head. While they were on their way to the market, going in, she then met a man. Darmi, where are you going? I'm going to the shop to buy some more powder, because mine ran out. Then, of course, the friend asked who was behind her. And of course, Darmi said it was just her maid. Darmi's mother wanted to tear up, but of course, she had to put it in her heart. Before they went in the shop, Darmi met another friend, and they had the same conversation. Darmi's mother could not hold her tears any longer. She then prayed to God, Oh God, please punish my daughter on her selfish behavior, of how she had treated me. And when she was done praying, suddenly she heard a scream. It was Darby screaming. Ah, what's happening? Why can't I move my legs? Little by little, Darby was turning to stone. Darby's mother could only weep bitterly. I'm sorry, daughter, but this is the punishment from God for how long that have you treated me. Darby was begging and crying, begging her mother for forgiveness. But it was already too late. Darby has turned to stone. The moral of the story is, always help your parents and care for them and respect them. And always love them. Yeah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. On this occasion, I want to tell you about the story of Timun Emas. Long time ago, lived an old woman named Gosiri. She lived by herself because her husband had long passed away, and she had no children. Every day, she prayed to God would give her a child. One night, when she was praying, a giant passed her house and heard her pray. I can give you a child on one condition. The giant said to Mosiri, you must give the child back to me when it is 6 years old. Mosiri was so happy. She did not think about the risk of losing the children later and agreed the giant's offer. The giant then gave her a bunch of cucumber seeds. Plant it around your house. The giant then left without saying anything else. In the morning, Mbok Sirni planted the seeds. The seeds grew up within years and blossomed plentifully. Not long after that, a big golden cucumber grew up from plants. Carefully, Mbok Sirni plucked the golden cucumber and carried it home. With caution and care, she sliced the cucumber. She was very surprised to see a beautiful baby girl inside the cucumber. She then named the baby with Timun Emas. Years passed by, and Timun Emas grew to become a lovely and beautiful little girl. She was also smart and kind. Mbok Sirni loved her very much. But she kept thinking about the time the giant would take Timun Emas away from her. One night, Mbok Sirni had a dream. In order to save Timun Emas from the giant, she had to meet the holy man who lived in Mount Kundu. The holy man then gave her 4 little bags, each one containing cucumber seeds, needles, salt, and shrimp paste. Timun Emas can use this to protect herself, said the holy man to Mbok Sirni. A few days later, the giant came to see Mbok Sirni about her promise. Mbok Sirni, where is Timun Emas? Shouted the giant. My father, take this
The giant was angry, startled, and enraged. He rushed out Timur Mas. Mbok Sydney tried to stop him, but the giant was unstoppable. The giant was getting closer and closer. So Timur Mas opened the first bag she got from Mbok Sydney. Inside the bag were cucumber seeds. She threw the seeds, and instantly they grew up into a large cucumber field. But the giant ate them all, giving him more strength. As the giant was getting closer, Timur Mas took the second bag with needle inside and spilled the contents behind her. The needles turned into bamboo trees, sharp and thorny. The giant's body was scratched and bleed. Oh, that you, Timur Mas! Shouted the giant as he tried to get himself out from the bamboo field. He made it and still can't say Timur Mas. Timur Mas then reached the third bag and spilled the salt inside. The ground which the salt touched turned into a deep sea. The giant was almost drowned and had to swim away to cross the sea. After some time, he managed to get out from the water. Timur Mas saw the giant coming, so she reached for the last bag. She took the shrimp pass and threw it. The shrimp pass became a big swamp of boiling mud. The giant was trapped in the middle of the swamp. The mud slowly but surely drowned him. Helpless, he roared out, "Help! Help!" The giant drowned and died. Timur Mas immediately went home. Since then, Timur Mas and Mbok Sydney live happily ever after. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Do you want to see my number? This is my number.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Asyhadu an la ilaha illallah wa asyhadu anna Muhammadar Rasulullah. Ladies and gentlemen, our respected guests, today I'm here to tell you a folk tale originating from West Sumatra, entitled Malin Kunda. Once upon a time, there were a mother and her young son, namely Malin Kunda, who lived in a difficult life. They hang life with whatever nature had for them. They collect woods from the forest and sold them to buy their food. It wasn't enough to fulfill their daily needs normally. They eat whatever food there was, they wore whatever clothes there was. They were very poor. Malin was an active child. He likes to run around the village, play kites, and even chase chickens. One time, as he was just chasing a chicken, he fell over a rock on his forehead. He went home crying to his mother. "Mom, I fell on my forehead. It hurts so bad, Mom," said Malin to his mother. Malin's mother then hugged him tight and carefully cured his forehead. One day, as Malin gets older, he asks permission to his mother to find a job. "Mother, can you please allow me to find a job so we can live a better life? I promise I'll come back as soon as possible," said Malin to his mother. His mother was a bit concerned at first, because Malin's father passed away as he was just working out of town. But seeing the spirits in Malin's smile, his mother agrees. while, he became rich. The merchant of the ship was interested in Malin. He wanted Malin to marry his daughter. Malin agreed as his daughter was very beautiful. After their marriage, Malin's wife invited him to see his homeland. Malin agreed. Their ship then anchored near the harbor of West Sumatra. Everybody heard them coming. They all shouted, "Malin! He's back! He's rich now!" Malin's mother then came to the harbor and found Malin with his wife. "Welcome to your village," said his mother. "Ew, is that your mother? How filthy," said his wife in disgust. Malin was ashamed to his wife just because of what his mother was wearing. He always lied to everyone that he was a son of a rich man. "No, my dear, I don't know who that is. Probably just some beggar." "Malin, you don't remember me, do you? I am your mother, Malin." "Go away! I have no mother like you." "I know you're my son, Malin. You have the same scar just like him. How could I forget? I sewed that scar all by myself." "Stop making lies about me, you beggar! Stay away from me!" Malin's mother was very sad. She was in belief and disbelief that the man on that ship is really her son Malin Kunda. She asked help from God by praying. "Dear God, if the man on that ship is really not my son Malin Kunda, forgive me that I felt he was. But if he is, you are the greatest. Turn him into a stone." All of a sudden, the sky went dark and there were thunders. That was the last minute. Everything was normal. Malin begged for forgiveness, but everything was too late. He then collapses into a stone. That's all my story about Malin Kunda. I hope you all can learn the moral from the story, which is to never forget all the love and care that your mother gave you, because after all, she is the woman behind all your success. My name is Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Hi everyone, how are you today? I hope you are all safe and healthy. My name is Radia Adinata, participant 15. Here, I'm going to share you a story about a lion. Nope, it's not me. The title is The Boy Who Cried Wolf. Enjoy! There was once a young shepherd boy who was bored as he sat on the hillside watching the village sheep. He tried to watch YouTube on his phone, but it didn't last long, yet he still felt bored. I'm feeling so bored. All the villagers work together, but here I'm just working alone, taking care of the sheep and no one else to talk to. What should I do? The boy kept thinking and found a an evil idea. I have an idea! I will quiet the villagers as if a wolf is chasing the sheep.
To amuse himself, he hit his phone on the tree, pressed the record button, took a great breath, and started his acting. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Wolf! Wolf! The wolf is chasing the sheep! Please, help me! Please! The villagers came running up to the hill to help the boy drive the wolf away. But when they arrived at the top of the hill, they saw no wolf. Are you seriously falling for that? Why do you even believe in that? The boy laughed at the sight of their angry faces. Don't cry wolf when there is no wolf, shepherd boy, said the villagers. So they went grumbling back down the hill. He took his phone from the tree and watched the video. It was so funny! He decided to upload the video to YouTube. After a few days, it went viral. The boy was so excited about that. Yay! I'll be famous and rich! Ha ha ha! A few weeks later, the boy was back to the routine of taking care of the sheep. And yet again, he found himself completely bored. I'm feeling so bored again. The sheep are just eating grass. I don't have work to do. What should I do? Due to his boredom, he lies again to get some attention. He remembered his video that went viral. He wanted to make a video again. He pressed the record button and started his acting as previously. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Wolf! Wolf! The wolf is chasing the sheep! Please, help me! Please! To his nodded delight, he watched the villagers came running up to the hill to help him drive the wolf away once again. They thought that there is no way that the boy would trick them twice. But when they arrived at the top of the hill, they saw no wolf, and they knew that the boy was lying again. Save your fun song when there is really something wrong. Don't cry wolf when there is no wolf, shepherd boy. But the boy just grinned and watched them go rumbling back down the hill once more. As you expected, he uploaded the video to YouTube once again. He was very excited because he knew that he will be more famous after uploading the video. The boy was satisfied with his lies. It makes his day happy and fun. However, that happiness lasts only for a moment. Waiting for his second video to get any views, the boy saw a real wolf prowling about his flock. Alarmed, he leaped to his feet and sang out as loudly as he could. Wolf! 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 The wolf is chasing the sheep! Please, help me this time! Please, help! But the villager thought he was gonna fool them again. I don't want to be fooled by that kid anymore. Yeah, he might be playing pranks with us. Just ignore him. And so, they didn't come. All the boy could do was just stand there and watch the sheep getting killed by the wolf. Ha ha ha! This is my lunch! Home! 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 Said the wolf, pouncing the sheets. No! Bah! Bah! Help me! Help! Everyone wondered or hid the village with their sheep. They went up to the hill, weeping on his hand. The flock has scattered. I cried out, "Wolf! Wolf! Ready to come!" An old man tried to comfort the boy as they walked back to the village. "We'll help you look for the lost sheep in the morning," said the old man, putting his arm around the youth. Nobody believes a liar, even when he is telling the truth. The moral value of the story is, if you tell a joke to somebody, they won't believe you if something really bad happens. So you will lose their trust, so don't be a liar. Thank you for listening to my story. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Next is participant 16.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Hello everyone. My name is Tarfa Zafarani. I am the 16th participant of storytelling. Today, I want to tell a story from Central of Java with a title Timun Mas. Once upon a time, not far from a jungle, lived an old lady named Bosrini. And it's so pity because she hadn't got a child yet. And every day, she always prayed for a child, of course. Oh my Lord, please give me a child. Until one day, the giant heard her pray. What voice is that? An old lady was praying. Wahahaha! I heard you complaining. I will give you a child if you want to give it to me when it's 17 years old. Are you sure? Yes, I want. Please give me a child. Here! Plant the seed, but remember our agreement. The magic seed was planted. After 7 days, a cucumber came out of the ground. Wow, what is a cute cucumber it is. I must go home now and slice it. Do you know what is inside of the cucumber? There was a baby girl. Finally, she had a child and her daughter named Timun Mas. In a short years, Timun Mas became a young and beautiful girl. But her mom was worried. She knew she must keep the promise to the giant. She also didn't want to lose her loved daughter. In the afternoon, the giant came to their house. He wanted to take Timun Mas as their agreement. My daughter took this bag and ran away from the giant. Why, Mom? Why you run away? Because the giant wants to eat you. Run! Then, her mom went to the front to meet the giant.
Where is it? Oh, Demon Mouse! How dare you run away from me? Demon Mouse heard the giant call. She magically spread the cucumber seed. Suddenly, they sprout and become a cucumber. Is that you, a great giant? Wow, cucumber! But the cucumber didn't hold the giant. So, they spread the needles. Suddenly, there were bamboo trees coming from the land. Oh, it hurt! Demon Mouse, please stop it! But the giant didn't give up. He still chased Demon Mouse. When he almost got her, Demon Mouse spread the salt. Suddenly, the land became an ocean. Demon Mouse, don't you dare to run away from me! But the ocean couldn't drown the giant. Demon Mouse was anxious. Finally, she spread swim past. Suddenly, the ocean became a mud ocean. The mud ocean sank the giant under his head, and he never showed up again. The end. Ladies and gentlemen, so moral values from the story are: first, don't be weak and threaten to others because it will return to us. Second, never give up. That's all from me. Thank you for your kind attention. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Next, participant 17.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Revanza. I'm the participant number 70. Once upon a time, on the shore of Banten, lived a poor young man named Dampu Awang. Every day, he worked at the boat as a porter. One day, he had an idea to change his unlucky destiny. He wants to be an officer. If he works hard, he will change his unlucky destiny. Dampu Awang just lived with his mother. His father had passed away for a long time. If Dampu Awang takes a voyage, of course, his mother will live alone. Dampu Awang felt confused. Moreover, his mother didn't want to share with her only child. Mom, permit me to take a voyage. By working hard, I'm sure that our unlucky fate will change. Alright, my son, I permit you to go for your future. Don't forget to send your news anytime you can, so that your mom here doesn't feel unsung after your leaving. Dampu Awang did not believe it. He did it many times to ask her permission, but she always refused it. With a moving heart and pressure, he kissed his mother's wrinkled hands. Mom, thank you, Mom. I will come back soon and build a beautiful house for you. The next day, he went to a trade ship owned by a rich merchant from Malacca. Dampu Awang worked hard and never complained. His seriousness in working, in higher position, was continually promoted to him. In the next 10 years, he became an assistant of the sheep owner. One day, the rich person from Malacca called him. "Dad, you are an honest and hard worker. If I pass away, I will bequeath my business for you. For those, you must be my son-in-law." Wow! To marry a beautiful daughter of Mercer, dreaming such a thing had never ever come in his mind. Meanwhile, the condition of young Paul's mother was growing older and in ill condition. Once a while, young Paul's mother at the board. A young man ran right into her. "Moms, come here, Moms, come here. I heard the big ship from Malacca which will dock in a few days. The captain of the ship is made from Panama." "Who is the held man?" Mom, it seems that you have now. The story goes like this one. Several days ago, I heard that Dampu Awang married with a rich merchant doctor from Malacca. Further, the ship which will dock in a few days. Dampu Awang, my son, finally comes home. Alhamdulillah. One day, far at the sea horizon, looked a luxury big ship. Meanwhile, in the ship, Dampu Awang stood with his wife. Suddenly, Dampu Awang heard his name shout. Dampu Awang, your mom is here." In a minute, the situation at the board became silent. All agencies pointed toward an old woman. "My dear, is that right, old woman? Is your mother?" No, the old woman is not my mother." "Hi, the Bantanese. Listen carefully. Both of my parents have been peaceful in the eternity. Formerly, they were honorable rich men. The old woman is not my mother." Dampu Awang's mother face grew deathly pale. "My son, what happened to you?" "Alhamdulillah, Dampu Awang. Finally go home." Suddenly, the sky grew dark. Thunder and lightning ran after one another. The supernatural power shook up water with terrifying power and spouted the water toward Dampu Awang's ship. Dampu Awang's ship went aground very hard. It fell upside down at the Granite Water region, many kilometers from the seashore, year by year passing by. The ship of Dampu Awang changed into Mount Pinang. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Next is participant 18.
Oh, hi. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Wow. Don't you know this flower is so pretty? Well, I have an interesting story about a boy who really loved
much personality. So, are you ready to listen? Enjoy it. A long time ago in China, there was a boy named Ping who really loved flowers. Every day he planted burst into bloom. A pink flower, bushes, and even big fruit trees, as if by magic. The emperor loved birds and animals, but flower most of all. And he tended his own garden every day. But the emperor was very old. He needed to choose a successor to the throne. Who would his successor be? And how would the emperor choose? Because the emperor loved flowers so much, he decided to let the flower choose. The next day, a proclamation was issued. All the children in the land were to come to the palace. There, they would be given special flower seeds by the emperor. Whoever can show me their best in a year's time, the emperor said, will succeed me to the throne. This news created great excitement throughout the land, and when Ping received his seed from the emperor, he was the happiest child of all. He was sure he could grow the most beautiful flower. So, Ping filled a flower pot with rich soil. Then he planted the seed in it very carefully, and he watered it every day. He couldn't wait to see it grow and blossom into a beautiful flower. Day after day passed, but nothing grew in his pot. Ping was very worried. He put new soil into a bigger pot, then he transferred the seed into black rich soil. But still nothing happened. By and by, the whole year passed. Spring came. All the children rushed to the palace with their beautiful flower, eagerly hoping to be chosen. But Ping was ashamed of his empty pot. He thought the other children would laugh at him because for once, couldn't get any flower to grow. His clever friend ran by holding a great big plant. Ping, he said. Oh, you're not really going to the emperor with an empty pot, are you? Why couldn't you grow a great big plant like mine? I've grown a lot of flowers better than yours. Just see they won't grow. Ping's father overheard this and said, Ping, you did your best, and your best is good enough to present to the emperor. Holding an empty pot in his hand, he went straight away to the palace. The emperor was looking at the flowers slowly, one by one. How beautiful all the flowers were! But the emperor just frowned and didn't say a word. Finally, he came to Ping. Ping hung his head in shame, expecting to be punished. The emperor asked him, why did you bring an empty pot? Ping started to cry and play. I planted the seed that you gave me and I watered it every day, but it didn't sprout. I tended it all year long, but nothing grew. I put in a better pot with better soil, but still it didn't sprout. So today I had to bring an empty pot of flowers. It was the best I could do. And when the emperor heard this word, a smile slowly spread over his face, and he put his arm around him. Then he exclaimed, one and all, I have found him. I have found the one person worthy of being an emperor. You should let it go. How can you choose him? He'll fail, said Onchai. The emperor replied calmly. Where you got this seed from? I don't know. For the seed that I gave you had been cooked, so it was impossible for anyone to grow. All the children were worthless in shame. I admire Pig's great courage to appear before me with the empty fruit. And now I will him with my entire kingdom and make him an emperor of all the land. So after that day, King moved to the palace, and he was the next emperor who had truthful heart. The end. Honesty is a key of successful life. When we're honest, people will trust us and respect us. Alright, I think it's time for me to say goodbye and thanks for listening my story. Wassalamualaikum
Waalaikumsalam
warahmatullahi
warahmatullahi
wabarakatuh.
wabarakatuh. Next participant 19.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Hello everyone, my name is Alsa Almira and I'm number 19. And today I will tell you all a story. The title is Situ Bagendit. Situ Bagendit was a legend story from West Java. So without any further ado, I'll start. Hope you'll enjoy. Long time ago, in the north of Garut City, there was a village where most of the villagers worked as farmers. The village has fertile soil and much water resource to help the farmers in producing good quality rice. Even so, the villagers there still live in poverty. This is because of the wealthy, stingy middle woman named Nyai Indit. She's a very rich lady. Since her husband died, she has been inherited an abundance of wealth. Unfortunately, this condition makes Nyai Indit become stingy and arrogant. She often forced the farmers to sell their rice to her with a very low price. But when the rice supply runs out, people have to buy from Nyai Indit with double price. Nyai Indit's actions are very detrimental to the villagers. Much wealth only makes Nyai Indit become more stingy and arrogant. She never helped people who are in trouble. She just refused arrogant. She liked to underestimate people. Hey, Dang Ujang! Get me some cold water! I'm thirsty! Yes, Nyai, I will do it for you. Please wait. Hurry up, you lazy people! Why are you poor people thinking you can ask me money? This is all my wealth. Why should I share with all poor people and poor villagers like you all? You are lazy. That's why you are poor. Of course, Nyai, you are the richest ladies in this village. Of course! If you want to be rich, work hard like me! Every day, Nyai Indit prefers to spend her wealth to hold a party in the village. In the party, she always had party with luxurious food, only for her and her family. In the contrary, the party always makes the villagers run out of food, and they have to start to suffer from hunger. In the middle of the festive party held by Nyai Indit, from a distance, an old beggar came. He wore tattered clothes and pants. He came to the house and begged. Nyai, please give me a little food. I'm so hungry. I haven't eaten for 3 days. Please, Nyai. Ew, disgusting! What are you doing here, dirty beggar? Can't you see that I have party? Wait, Nandi. Remember that someday you will regret what you have done, and you will get bad things for it. Wait for it, Nandi. Every day, Nandi was still thinking about the old beggar said yesterday. How would he dare to tell me like that? What does it mean? When Nandi came out of the house, she also found something strange. On the road in the village was found a stick stuck on the ground. None of the residents knew why the stick was there. Even more strangely, no one managed to pull out the stick. Unexpectedly, the old beggar appeared. Oh, now you're back again, old beggar! I'm so bored to be at you. You are so annoying! And this must be your stick that's stuck in front of my house. Hurry! Unplug it and go away from my face! Ha ha ha! Don't worry, Nandi. I will do it for you. Unfortunately, something horrible happened. Suddenly, water falls everywhere from the place. It's getting higher and heavier, filling the place even more and more. People run everywhere quickly to save themselves from drowning. Unlike Nandi, who doesn't let go of her wealth, she just stay in her house full of treasures and jewels. Ujang! Help me, Ujang! Help me to bring all of my treasures and jewels! Somebody please help me! Help me to bring all of my treasures and jewels, God! Please save my life! Please save all of my treasures and jewels! Until finally, she drowned in a house full of treasures and jewels. The place turned into a lake, which was named Situbagni. It is located in Garut, West Java. From the story, we can take lesson that we must be kind and help each other. We must not be arrogant and stingy. Like in Holy Quran, Surah Al-Isra, ayat 37. A'udzu billahi minasy syaithanir rajim. Wala tamshi fil ardi maraha. Innaka lan tahriqal arda wa lan tablughal jibala tula. And do not walk on the earth with arrogance. You cannot move the earth, nor reach the mountain in height. That's all from me. I'm sorry if there's a mistake. Thank you, and wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Next is participant 20.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Hi, good morning everyone, the honorable of judge and all audience. Today, I'm going to tell you a story entitled Putih Anggun Pagi. Putih means princess, Anggun means dew, and Pagi means morning. Putih Anggun Pagi was really beautiful like a dew in the morning. Have you heard the story before? Not yet? Do you want to hear my story? Okay, let's enjoy it. Long time ago, there lived a little beautiful girl in Minangkabau named Putih Anggun Pagi. She was never grateful for what she had. She always dreamed to be a rich girl. She put on heavy makeup and wore nice dresses every day. Many men wanted to marry her and turned down all the men because none of them was rich and handsome enough. In just a few years, she had broken the heart with many honest men. She insisted that she deserved no less than rich and handsome prince. One day, there was a big party in Minangkabau Kingdom. The king invited all girls to come in order to find a wife for his son. Putih Anggun Pagi heard the news. She was really happy and entertained that the prince would choose her as a
Then she told her mom to get some money. Mom, give me some money to buy new fancy clothes right now. Putty, I have no money. If you can't deliver the milk to the market, the people at the market will give you money for the milk. Okay, what are you waiting for? Mom, go to the market right now and bring some money. Oh dear, your father is sick. I can't go if you want to accompany him instead. Me? With a useless man? No, no, no. Putty, keep your mouth dear, said mother sadly. Finally, Putty decided to go to the market rather than help her father. She was carrying a jug on her head with 2 hands and then walked to the market to sell the milk. She started to talk to herself in trouble. How comes a beautiful girl like me selling the milk? She was carrying a jug on her head with 2 hands and then half with 1 hand. On the way to the market, Putty Uncle met an old beggar. She asked for help. Here, what do you bring with you? Milk? Would you please give me a glass of milk? I'm so thirsty and hungry. I have already walked for a mile. I haven't eaten for 2 days. I'm starving. A glass of milk is enough for me. Ha ha ha! Just a glass of milk for free? Give me some money. I will give you a glass of milk. Oh girl, I have no money. If I have no money, I should pay for food. Please give me. You have a jug of milk. A glass of milk isn't much. Go away! I don't want to see you. I won't give you a glass of milk, even if a drop. The old beggar became very sad and leave her. Before leaving, she said, "You are beautiful, but you are stingy. You don't want to have each other. You will get the punishment from God. Wait for it." A lazy old man was to ask for free milk? No, no, no. She began to shake her head. Do you know what happened next? Suddenly, she tripped and fell. The jug of milk was spilled down. The jug broke and the milk was spilled onto the ground. Her dream was vanished in a moment too. Oh no! My milk! Oh no! The milk was split! She exclaimed. No, I never have enough money to buy new fancy clothes and meet the prince. She cried. She tried to collect the milk with her hand and the path was slippery. Putty Amun fell over and over into the abyss. The location of Putty Amun fell name is Amun Pagi. It takes place in Maninjau, West Sumatra. In the morning, you will see the white view. The view is really beautiful. The end. So, based on the story, we can learn that don't be arrogant. Grateful for what we have, help each other, even though let's say in difficult situation. Also in this current pandemic, don't be stingy. Care many people run outside with help. It's a nice story, right? I think that's all. Thank you for your attention. Bye and see ya. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Oh, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Does anyone know about the biggest lake in Central Java? No one? Well, I do believe not many of you know about it. This lake is called Rawa Pening. It has a dramatic story on how the villagers chopped me down. No. It has a dramatic story on how we shouldn't have judged other people based on their looks. I am ST21, and everyone, I present you the legend of Rawa Pening. My name is Baru Clinton. I am a dragon, and one day I was assigned by my father to meditate on a village. Pening was its name. The people of Pening made their living by cultivating rice, vegetables, and fruits. The harvest was always successful, so that's why each year they held a ceremony called Bersih Desa. It was a day when they expressed their thankfulness to God for a successful harvest. I found a place far in the woods and started to meditate. I let my soul wander and left my body, but I didn't realize that this day will change my whole life and the people of Pening. After having a successful harvest, the people of Pening wanted more meat for dinner. That's why they went hunting deep in the woods. Unfortunately, there wasn't any animals at all. It seemed like they disappeared. I heard a man say, "Where are these animals? I've been trying to look for them all day, but they're all gone." A man angrily chopped a giant root with his axe to relieve his disappointment. I couldn't help it. It was my body that he chopped. Wait guys! What's this? Smells like blood. Then someone tried to chop it deeper. I couldn't come back to my body as I was still meditating. Guys, it's meat! We found meat! With only little power I had, I transformed myself into a little boy. I was angry, hurt, and also hungry. I got all these nasty red rashes and wounds all over my body. I begged, "Sir, I'm very hungry. Could you please give me something to eat?" Hours passed. No one came to give me food. I was in rage. Then suddenly, an old widow came that gave me food and shelter. She didn't seem to have anything else, but she was very kind. "Dear lady, don't be afraid. My name is Baru Clinting. I am a dragon. And please don't go to your dinner tonight. Prepare a boat and go up to the hill, because there will be a huge flood coming tonight." Meanwhile, in the village hall, everyone were all dressed up at their best and ready for the big feast. Just before the feast began, I came to them. "I am here to challenge you." I held a small bamboo and sticked it into the ground. "If you can pull this, I will give you a special present." Everybody laughed at me.
"Oh yeah, that's very easy. Even I can do it."
Then he tried to...
Yeah, this is quite hard. Hey, why you? Get over here and try this.
I knew nobody would be able to do it. Everybody would fail. That's when I said, "Oh people of Pening, you may not know who I am, but you do have something that belongs to me. I am Naga Baru Clinting. You may live in a wealthy life, but you fail to show your humanity. That is why I will take my revenge." Then I pulled the bamboo out of the ground. Amazingly, water immediately flooded the village. Everybody had drowned and died. There was only one survivor, the old widow. This story teaches us, taken from Al-Hujurat verse 11, La yaskhor qawmun min qawmin asa ay yakuna khairam minhum. That we shouldn't mock other people, because for they, the one who are mocked, might be just better than the one who mocks. My name is Farel Orfin Hernando, and wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Bubui bulan, sangrai bentang, panon poe di sasate. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. The honorable juries, the respectable committee, teachers, and audience. Hi, good morning everyone. How are you doing today? I hope everyone is happy and healthy. Our beloved country, Indonesia, has been blessed with the various tribes, cultures, the beautiful scenery, and the people's hospitality. Now, I'm here to tell you an Indonesian folklore. The title is The Story of Nyai Bagendit in my own version. Let's start. In a small village in Garut, West Java, lived a rich woman. Her name was Nyai Bagendit. Unfortunately, she didn't like helping others. As we know, in the pandemic era because of coronavirus, people had to stay at home. They couldn't go anywhere freely. This made them so hard to earn money. The poor didn't have other choice but to borrow money from Nyai Bagendit. If they were not able to return to them in double, she would take the villagers' belongings. And this made her richer and richer. One day, a woman named Entin with her little daughter Melati came to Nyai Bagendit's house to borrow some food and some money. Of course, Nyai Bagendit immediately refused. She even threw a stone at them. The stone hit Melati's forehead and left a scar. It was so bad. Hey you! Leave my house! I won't give away anything! Go away! Said Nyai Bagendit loudly. The little girl felt so afraid. Her mother's tears fell down in silence. They both left Nyai's house in painful. The next day, many other people also came to Nyai's house, but none of them got her help. Time passed by. Nyai Bagendit got older and older. One day, she found a bump on her right cheek. It was getting bigger and bigger every single day. Nyai Bagendit saw the doctor, and the doctor said it was a very serious case of cancer. Nyai Bagendit was so shocked. She went to the best hospital in her town to get the best treatment. But because of her cancer treatment, she lost her wealth rapidly. She became poor, but no one wanted to help her. She was all alone. Another day, when she was waiting for the doctor, a young doctor greeted her politely. Good morning, Nyai Bagendit. How was your day? Do you still remember me? Perhaps. Nyai Bagendit looked at the doctor carefully from head to toe. But she couldn't remember anything. Then the doctor showed the scar on her forehead. She explained that she was the little girl with her mother that came to Nyai's house years ago. She got a scholarship in medical major and now a doctor. Are you? Nyai Bagenen couldn't even continue her words. Her face was full of tears. Yes, I am Melati, Nyai Entin's daughter. Please, do not be afraid. I will do my best to help you. I apologize for my mistake. Please forgive me, said Nyai Bagendit. Nyai Bagendit felt ashamed and guilty. She realized that the cancer in her mouth was probably a punishment from the god because she hurts many people by her harsh words. Without remembering all the pain she got in the past, Melati helped Nyai Bagendit sincerely. Nyai Bagendit get a cancer operation for free. And to pay all the mistake, Nyai Bagendit donated her big house to the orphans. She even took care of them. Nyai Bagendit finally realized that true happiness came from when she was able to make others happy. Since everyone loved Nyai Bagendit and they live peacefully for the rest of their lives. Well, audience, at the end of the story, let me conclude at least 2 moral values. First, do not be arrogant when we have everything, because nothing is eternal in this world. As Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala said in the Quran, Surah Al-Isra, verse 37, أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم ولا تمشي في الأرض مرحا إنك لن تخرق الأرض ولن تبلغ الجبال طولا. And walk, not with arrogance. Indeed, you can never tear the earth apart, nor can you surpass the mountains in height. Second, be kind and helpful to anyone. All the good things will be back to ourselves. Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam said in hadith narrated by Muslim, Wallahu fi auni al-abdi ma kana al-abdu fi auni akhihi. Allah is helping the servant as long as the servant is helping his brother. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you for listening. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Honorable judges, teachers, and fellow students. Hello everyone. Let me introduce myself. My name is Nadia Shafia Darmawan and my number is ST23. On this beautiful occasion, I want to tell a story about the legend of Chilwana. Without any further ado, let's begin the story. Long time ago, in West Java, there was a kingdom called Galuh Kingdom, ruled by King Parma Wijaya Kusuma. He had 2 wives, Wachina Gadingrum and Dewi Palanya. At that time, both of them were pregnant. The king was very happy when Dewi Palanya gave birth to a baby boy. The king named him Haryang Bangat. Several months later, Wachina Gadingrum also gave birth to a baby boy. But afraid her son would not be future king, Dewi Palanya had an evil plan. She had prepared a baby dog, swapped it, and accused Poachi of giving birth to a baby dog. The king was furious. He ordered his soldiers to kill Poachi and the baby dog. Lengset, the man who received the order to throw the baby into the river, had put him in a safe box and gave him an egg. When it came to kill Poachi, he did not dare to do it. Instead, he saved her. Then, Poachi lived in a remote village. Meanwhile, in a village next to the river, lived a couple, a husband and a wife, Aki and Nini Barangam. They didn't have any children. Day and night they prayed to God and asked for children. The next morning, Aki went to the river with his fishing net. But suddenly, something caught his attention. In the middle of the river, there was a wooden box floating on the water. Aki grabbed it. What? A baby? Lily, look! It's a cute baby. Oh, we must give him a name. Oh, Chiwanara, said Aki. Yeah, it's a good name, said Nini happily. A few years had passed. Chiwanara had grew up to be a handsome and smart boy. The egg had become a rooster. Chiu loved rooster fighting. His rooster was so quick and strong that it won all of its fights. Soon, he and his rooster became famous in the Gallo kingdom. Then, the king, who had many roosters and also loved rooster fighting, heard the news. So, he ordered Lengset to find the boy. As Lengset got to Chiu's house, he was surprised to see the box. He realized that it was the same box he threw into the river a few years earlier. Then, Lengset invited Chiu to the palace of Gallo Kingdom for a rooster fight with the king. Later, in the palace, Chiu told the king that he had a condition for the rooster fight. He told him if he wins the rooster fight, then the king must give him his kingdom. But if he loses, then Chiu will give the king his head. The king agreed because he was sure that his rooster would win. Then, in a fierce fight, Chiu's rooster won. Everyone was shocked. The king had no choice. He had to keep his word and give his kingdom to Chiu-Warara. After that, Lengser told the king that Chiu-Warara was actually his own son from Wati, and he revealed their rebellion's evil actions. The king was shocked and very angry. He ordered his soldiers to arrest and punish the rebellion. This event made Prince Hanyang very angry. He quickly attacked Chiu-Warara. The fight lasted for days, from morning to evening, west to east, until the king himself had to stop them. Stop it, both of you. For peace, I will divide my kingdom into two parts. The west of Tipalay River for Chiu-Warara and the eastern part for Hanyang, said the king. Then Chiu finally met his mother, Wati, and lived happily in his kingdom. The moral of the story is that we should never try to harm others for our own benefits and try to falsely accuse someone. As Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala said in the Quran Surah Ali Imran, verse 54. A'udhu billahi minasyaitonir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Wa makarullah. Wallahu khairul makirin. Sadaqallahul azim. And they, the disbelievers, schemed. And Allah schemed against them. And Allah is the best of schemers. And that's the end of the story. Fascinating, right? Anyways, I hope all of you enjoyed the story. Thank you everyone for listening. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Hi everyone! Imagine if the tree could speak. Imagine if the nature had feelings just like us. Today, I'm going to tell you a story that reflects humans' behavior towards nature nowadays. Well, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Medina Safira, and here is where the story begins. Once, there lived a woodcutter and his wife who lived near an old dark forest. The first winter brought a chill to their homestead, so the woodcutter had to go out and cut a tree down for the winter firewood. He entered the wildwood, and then he found a tree standing upright with its red berries. He said, "Oh, this tree is not too heavy to bring back." He lifted his axe, and before it came down,
he heard this mysterious voice.
Now stop, please.
It was the berry tree.
I have a pen night tangle as my crown. Please do not cut me down. Now go away and find another tree.
Woodcutter was freaked out. He left quickly to get away from that tree and continued deeper into the forest until he came upon a great oak tree. He said, "Oh, this tree is so large, it will be enough for 2 winter."
He lifted his axe, and before it came down, he heard the voice again. No, stop, please, sir.
It was a great oak tree.
I am still young and not yet fully mature. Please do not cut me down, please.
This time, the woodcutter was hopeless. He didn't know what to do. He sat under the berry tree with his head down. He couldn't believe it. The whole forest was alive just like him. And then, after a few moments, he heard someone coming towards him singing a merry tune.
Just like the sea, everything wants to live. We are burning our fingers, but we learn and forget.
He froze. From the thicket, a smiley face appeared, and a beautiful young lady jumped out.
She was wearing a large white hat with a beautiful golden ribbon in it.
Hello, young man,
she said.
My name is Lady Nature, and I am the lady of the forest and of the trees. I have come to thank you. Thanks for not cutting the trees down. And since you have been so graceful, I will give you a fine gift.
She pulled out a small golden hazel twig from behind her ear.
Here, take this, and you can wish for whatever you would like. Say Kajari Dami, Kajari Natur. Then switch it up and down. There are some runes written on the twig. Magic ones. You understand, you read it carefully.
Then the beautiful lady jumped away and disappeared in a puff of smoke. The woodcutter ran back to his own man and to his wife. He told everything to his wife. His wife, of course, were very confused after she heard the story. But then the woodcutter whispered, "Maybe I should try. Kajari Dame, Kajari Natur. I wish for a happy life." As if by magic, their homestead and life became so much better than before. Although the woodcutter never understood the runes from the golden twig, he was a good heart, and his wishes were too. When he was on his deathbed aged 110, he revealed his secret about the magic golden twig to his children. He selected his oldest son as heir to this inexplicable treasure. But the story hasn't ended yet. One day, when deepest winter had set in again, the fifth heir felt he needed more warmth. He took the golden twig outside and made his wish. "Kajari Dame, Kajari Natur. I wish for the sun to come closer to us." We all know you cannot move the sun from its axis, but he tried. Then sparks of burning coal started to rain down from the sun. They burned him badly and put him in a great pain. The fire rain continued. The homestead reduced to a pile of grey ash. The fields and the forest were laid bare. The golden twig was lost in the fire. And the family lost everything they have and become poor. They moved away and started new. Mother Nature was so mad. The wildlife, the trees, and the animals became so terrified by the fire seeds and the greediness of a man that the forest turned silent. Many years later, the live hours of the young woodcutter, who had heard the catastrophic story of a family, was introduced to return and see the land again. A desire to bring back the wild forest again surged up from within her. While she was lost in her thoughts, she saw something, a small shimmering object among the rocks. She took it and looked closely. Wait a minute! This is the golden twig my parents told me before. I found it! The roots are still there! While she was busy studying the twig, suddenly a moonish butterfly flew upon her.
Hello, young lady, said the butterfly.
What? You're a butterfly and you can talk?
The next hour freaked out.
Yes, of course I can talk. But don't worry. I'm here to help you with the rules. I'll read it for you. Nature gives you routines act, but it's now in your hands to define the man. Beware of the greediness of a man, so make your wish with great care. Mother Nature trusted your family again, young lady, and we know that you're here for good reasons. You have a good heart too, so please bring back our wildflowers again, young lady. Then the butterfly flew away. Now the nymph era understood on what had happened to her family. She understood each generation's temptation.
She thought the next elbow, and since then, each era has been made well aware of their own greetings towards nature and has learned to wish with great care. Ladies and gentlemen, it is our collective and individual responsibility to preserve and tend to the earth in which you all live. Protect the nature, and nature will protect you too. That's all from me today. Thank you for listening and have a great day.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Today, I wanted to tell you a story about the legend of Kamara Island. Let me start now and enjoy it. A long time ago, there was a kingdom in South Sumatra. The king had a very beautiful daughter. Her name was Siti Fatima. She was single. Many young men fell in love with her. However, they did not have any courage to propose her. The king wanted his daughter only to marry a rich man. One day, a plane from China arrived. The captain of the plane was Tanburan. He was a prince. He came to South Sumatra to do business. He planned to stay for several months. He wanted to ask the king's permission.
I will let you stay here and do this business. But remember, you have to share your profit,
said the king.
I agree, Your Majesty,
said Tanburan. Since then, Tanburan often came to the palace. He met Siti Fatima several times. He really admired her beauty. He tried to find out more about her. After a while, Tanburan knew that Siti Fatima was single. And the king only wanted to have a rich son-in-law. The information made Tanburan work hard. He wanted to be richer. After a while, Tanburan felt it was time for him to propose Siti Fatima. He talked to the king.
I will let you marry my daughter, but you have to give me 9 big jars filled with gold,
said the king. Tanburan sent a WhatsApp message to his parents in China. The parents sent him 9 big jars filled with gold by using a ship. To cover the gold from the thief, the parents put some vegetables on top of the gold. Later, the 9 big jars arrived at the pier of the river. Tanburan was so surprised. When he opened the cover of the jar, he saw rotten vegetables. He only looked at the top of the jar. He did not search at the bottom of the jar.
Maybe the gold is in the second jar,
thought Tanburan. Again, he did not find the gold. Tanburan was so angry. He threw the jar into the river. Every time he did not see any gold in the jar, he always threw it to the river. However, when he threw the last jar, the jar crashed into the vessel. Pieces of gold hidden underneath the rotten vegetables were revealed.
made a mistake, he immediately jumped to the river. He wanted to collect the gold. Siti Fatimah saw what was happening. She waited for Tan Bulan at the riverbank, but he never showed up. She also wanted to jump and help him. Before she jumped, she told her guards a message.
If you see a pile of soil at the riverbank, and that's me, it is my grave.
Then she jumped to the river. The guards waited and waited. After several days, the people saw a pile of soil. The soil was getting bigger and bigger. It finally became an island. The people named it Kamaro Island. Kamaro is from the word of Kamaro. It means Jerusalem. The people named it that because the island is never drowned, although the level of the water in the Meuse River is high. The moral value of the story is don't easily get angry for something you don't really know what the fact is. And don't make a decision when you are angry or you regret it. In the story, Tan Bulan didn't check what inside the jar and easily got angry. He threw the jars and then he regretted it. I think that's all from me. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Hello, my name is Kingston Zari Vito. In this occasion, I would like to tell you a story about Maling Kundang. I hope you enjoy the story. Once upon a time, in a seaside village in Padang, West Sumatra, lived a widow called Mande Rubaya with her only son, Maling Kundang. Mande loved her son so much that her Maling Kundang, a poor kid. One day, Maling Kundang suffered a severe sickness that his mother gave him a son of life-saving to cure his illness. Days, months, and years has passed. Maling Kundang turned adult and his mother an old woman. Maling Kundang asked his mother to let him hitch a doctor nearby to wander to the big cities to get better fortune for the family. But Mande denied his request and asked Maling to stay and take care of his mother instead. Mother, this is once in a lifetime opportunity for me. Not every year ship that large dogs here. I want to take this opportunity to change our fate. Please, Mother, let me go. With a sad heart, finally, Mande accepted his request. Malin, oh Malin, please be back soon. I will be waiting for you here, my child. Days by days passed slowly. While waiting for Malin to go home, she prayed every single day for Malin to go home safely. To every ship's crews and captains, she would ask for Malin's whereabouts, but did not get any single answer nor message for her. Many years full of waiting has passed. Mande grew older and weaker. Once she heard the news from the ship captains that now her son is now married to a beautiful woman from the big cities. Mande, do you know that your son is now married to a beautiful, rich and noble? Really? Are you sure? Malin, oh Malin, please be back soon. I'm already old old and weak. Please be back soon, my child. She prayed every single day to meet her long-awaited son. A month later, another large ship docked nearby the village. It was the most luxurious and beautiful that Monday had ever seen. A pair of rich couples walked off the ships with gold-embroidered luxurious attires. She immediately recognized those couples. She rushed to the crowd and hugged the rich man. Malin, is that you? I am your mother. Malin! Malin! Oh, Malin! I miss you. Why didn't you send me a message, my child? Unexpectedly, Malin jolted and pushed his mother away from him. I am not your son! Monday, sunk in disbelief, she hugged Malin's feet. Malin! Oh, Malin! I've been waiting for you for this long. Why would you do this to me? Your mother! Full of anger, Malin kicked his mother away. You mad woman! You are not my mother! You are poor, ugly, and weak! Monday, quite broken-heartedly, she felt weak, sad, and desperate, while Malin and his wife turned their backs and walked to their ships. The ship sailed away and the crowd left Monday by the shore. She cried and prayed, Oh God, if he is not my son, I will forgive his action to me. But he is not, but he is my son. I will ask for your righteousness. Immediately, the sky turned dark and the wind blew violently. The rain fell upon the earth with a destructive storm. Lightning shocked smiling ships unforgivingly and blazed it into pieces. Mother! Oh, Mother! Please, forgive me! Please! That stone was believed as the curse of Malin Kundang, kneeling for forgiveness for his mother until today. That is the story of Malin Kundang, with an important message for us all. Love your parent unconditionally in any condition. Don't forget their good deeds toward us. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Hello everyone. Today I'd like to tell you guys a story. I do believe you guys have more to hear this story, but I'll tell you anyways. The story is about Malin Kundang. So let's begin the story with once upon a time. There's an old widow with her son named Malin Kundang. They live in a hut in a village near the sea. They were very poor. Malin Kundang thought, won't have a better life. I have to leave this village and look for a job. His mother was sad to hear it, but she knew that Malin Kundang was right, so she let him go. After her son had left, Malin Kundang's mother went to the beach every day. She hoped her son will return soon. At night, she would pray for her son's safety. She would ask the captain of the ship whether he saw her son or not. But she got no news about Malin Kundang. After years, when she was very old, a captain of the ship told her, Malin Kundang, I met him some while ago. He's now married to a beautiful girl. She's the daughter of a wealthy man. Malin Kundang's mother was very happy to hear it. Thank you, God, she prayed. She was sure that Malin Kundang would return home one day. One morning, a big, beautiful ship docked. A young couple stood at the door. They were beautiful clothes. Malin Kundang's mother cried joyfully. Malin Kundang, my son, you are home. She hugged the young man. But Malin Kundang did not believe her. He thought, this can't be my mother. He was a strong woman when I left. But his wife said angrily, why did you tell me your mother is poor and old? Then she spit on the old woman. The old woman cried. She did not believe what she heard. Malin, I'm your mother. But Malin Kundang did not listen. He was embarrassed to have an old mother, so he pushed and yelled at the old woman. Go away, ugly woman. My mom does not look like you at all. The old woman fell on the ground. She cried, then she prayed. My dear God, if he really is my son, punish him. Then suddenly, a thunderstorm. Big waves hit the shore with a loud noise. They hit everything from the big ship to a coconut trees along the shore. The thunderstorm was a fierce one. The thunderstorm stopped in the morning, but the villagers could see what the storm had done. Not far from the sea, there were rocks that looked like a wreckage and a passenger of a ship. People believed that it was Malin Kundang's ship, and Malin Kundang turned into a coral reef. God had punished him. And that is the end of the story, Malin Kundang. As a child, never forget how the parents service, especially a mother who already raised you. Don't become a rebel. Insubordinate to the parents is a big sin that will be borne by yourself. And that is all from me. Thank you for your whole attention. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Hello everyone. I'm standing here to tell you a story. Before starting, please pay attention to what I'm wearing now. What kind of clothes is it? Yeah, you're right. I'm wearing an armor.
about a man who was well known as the great war strategist. Who is he? Of course, the Prophet Daud alayhi salam. Please enjoy the story. Daud alayhi salam was a descendant of Ibrahim alayhi salam, who was sent by Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala to Bani Israel. Since childhood, Daud was brave, really liked learning religion, and had a good critical thinking skill. He grew up to be a young man who had noble characters, and of course, he devoted himself to his parents. One day, Daud's father asked his son, Daud alayhi salam, and his elder brother to join a war together with the King Talut's army. Daud's father was very worried because Daud alayhi salam was very young at the moment. My son, you are too young to join a war. Keep yourself at the back row. Just help your brother to bring the food and other necessities. Advised his father. Then Daud alayhi salam answered confidently, Sure, father. Don't worry. I will obey your advice. Daud alayhi salam and his brother rushed off to the battlefield and joined the army. Daud alayhi salam stood at the back as his father said. Everyone in the squad cooperated with each other against the huge army of King Jalut. In the middle of a fierce battle, King Jalut arrogantly challenged the troops of King Talut. O Bani Israel, we have prepared a strong and well-trained army. Get ready to face your defeat. Suddenly, Daud alayhi salam went to the front of King Jalut's army bravely. He got closer to the king, who was carrying a sword in his hands. Then he replied, We're not afraid of you and your strong army. People marveled at his bravery against the arrogant king. Hearing Daud's word, King Jalut mocked, Huh? And laughed at him because he was only a very young man. A tense battle happened between Daud alayhi salam and King Jalut. The mighty King Jalut was ready to fight Daud. Shriek! Daud, get ready to die! Even though Daud alayhi salam was still very young, his ability to fight was not inferior to King Jalut. Daud alayhi salam took a slingshot and stones. He began releasing the stone from his slingshot into the air. Jalut, take this! Whoosh! More! Whoosh! By Allah's permission, the stone slid violently and knocked King Jalut down. Boop, boop! Ah! Finally, Daud managed to defeat King Jalut. All the troops of Bani Israel were amazed and rejoiced at the victory of this war. Daud, Daud, Daud! King Jalut, who was proud of Daud's courage, then married Daud alayhi salam with his daughter Michal. All the people of Bani Israel Israel were very happy for their marriage, and they all respected Daud alaihissalam very much. King Talut also appointed him as his advisor and confidant. Okay everyone, that's all my story. The moral value of the story is that with courage, effort, good intention, and try, inshallah we will succeed in something best. Thank you for your attention. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Dear judges, teachers and friends, my name is Intan Aulia Zahra, and today we are going to learn from the story of Amr bin Ash. Honorable judges, teachers and friends, before I deliver the story, do you know who is Amr bin Ash? Of course you know. He is one of the most famous Khalifah in Islam. Here's the story. Amr bin Ash was a governor in Egypt who was sent by Khalif Umar bin Abdul Aziz. When governor of Egypt, Amr bin Ash intended to build a mosque next to his palace. However, the same ideal is hampered by an old ranch hut that was owned by the Jewish grandmother who lived alone. With all due diligence, the governor's servant asked her to sell her land for the establishment of the mosque. Even Governor Amr bin Ash had intestines, the grandmother insisted that she would not sell even of one piece of land. Majesty, I beg you, don't destroy my house. If my house is torn down, where will I live? Please, Majesty, please, said the Jewish grandmother while begging. Despite the tension with the Jewish grandmother, the government continues to lobby her. Everything from going to be compensated at high prices to wanting to double the price of the land if the grandmother will sell it. Yet, talks have always failed. Seeing her steadfastness, Amr bin Ash as the governor retained his social status as the ruler of Egypt. He made up his mind to displace the estate and the house of the Jewish grandmother. But, unwilling for the mistreatment of Amr bin Ash, the Jewish grandmother sought justice for the central government, Khalif Umar bin Khattab, in Medina. She really hoped to meet the Khalif to tell him her problem. But, on the way to Medina, she has to fight various kinds of difficulty, such as the heat of the desert and the cold of the night, just to seek justice. Day after day passed, walking and keep walking. Finally, she arrived in Medina. A moment later, she met the Khalif. "What do you need to come all the way from Egypt to see me? Tell your problem," asked Umar. And then she told what had happened. "Dear Khalif, I want to report my problem in Egypt. Your subordinate, Amr bin Ash, he has not been fair to me. I need justice, Khalif. I need justice," said the Jewish grandmother. Hearing that, Khalif Umar got mad. After a while, Khalif Umar picked up the camel's bone and then he scratches the bone straight line from top to bottom like an alif letter. Then the center of the bone was met by the edge of a sword. "Grandmother, please give this to your governor and return to Egypt," says Umar. At that moment, the grandmother was confused because she went to look for justice, not for a camel's bone. Shortly after, she go back to Egypt. And then after that, she delivered the bone to Amr bin Ash. But after receiving the bone, Amr bin Ash's body trembled and his face turned pale. At that moment, he gathered his people and ordered the dismantling of the mosque under construction. And at that moment too, he called back upon his people to rebuild the hut of the Jewish grandmother. The Jewish grandmother was confused by
by the governor's reaction. She thought, "Governor, what happened to you? I only bring a camel's bone with the lion, but why you look so pale and you look really frightened? Oh, do you know the meaning behind this bone?" asked the grandmother. "Well, grandmother, these bones do look common, but since it was Halif Umar that sent it, it became a stern warning to me. These bones belong to the Halif's threat. He means whatever rank and power, you will one day also be in the same way as this bone," explains Umar. A moment later, Umar continued, "Therefore, it is fair that you are like the upright Alif. It is fair to anyone, whether it is the people that below or above. For if you do not act fair as the scratches of the bone, then my neck will be cut," says Umar. The cherished grandmother was stunned and touched with tears at the explanation of Amr bin Ash. She was impressed with the justice in Islam that Khalif had applied. Eventually, the grandmother let her land go to the building of the mosque and herself converted to Islam. Well, honorable judges, teachers, and friends, before I end this story, let's take some moral values from this story. First, no matter how high the position we have now, be aware it is basically God's trust and gift that we must take care and carry out as well as possible. Never ever abuse the power that we have to oppress the poor and the weak. Second one, be fair to anyone in life regardless of its social status. As Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala says in the Holy Quran, "Inna Allaha ya'murukum an tu'addul amanati ila ahliha wa idza hakamtum bainan nasi an tahkumu bil adl." Indeed, Allah commands you to render justice to whom they are due, and when you judge between people, to judge with justice. Thank you so much for hearing my story. Have a great day. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Honorable judges, teachers, and friends, let me introduce myself. My name is Diawafa, and today I'm going to tell a story about the legend of Tangkuban Perahu, or what we know as Sangkuriang. Once upon a time in West Java, there lived a wise king who had a beautiful daughter. Her name was Dayang Sumbi. Dayang Sumbi really liked waving. One day, she was waving a cloth. Suddenly, one of her tools fell to the ground. She was very tired at the time, so she was too lazy to take it. Then she just shouted, "Ah, anybody there? Bring me my tool, please. I will give you a special present. If you are female, I will consider you as my sister. If you are male, I will marry you. Please bring me my tool." Suddenly, a doll named Tumang came. He brought her falling tools. Dayang Sumbi was very surprised. She regretted her words, but she couldn't deny it. So she had to marry Tumang and leave her father. And they lived in a small village. Several months later, they had a son. His name was Sangkuriang. Sangkuriang was a handsome and haughty boy. Sangkuriang really liked hunting. He always went hunting with his arrow, and Tumang was always with him. One day, Dayang Sumbi wanted to eat a deer's heart. "Sangkuriang, would you hunt for a deer today? I want to eat a deer's heart so much," said Dayang Sumbi. "Of course, Mom. Everything you want, I will give it to you," replied Sangkuriang. "Tumang, where are you? Come on, we have to hunt for a deer." Then Sangkuriang went to the woods with his arrow and his faithful dog, Tumang.
But after several days in the woods, Sangkuriang couldn't find any deers. They were all disappeared. Sangkuriang was exhausted and desperate. Oh God, where can I find a deer? I don't want to disappoint my mom. Oh, I know. Then Sangkuriang called Sumong and he killed him. Sangkuriang didn't know that Sumong was his father. At home, Sangkuriang gave Sumong's heart to his mother. Sangkuriang, I'm sure it's a deer's heart. You can't lie to me. It's Sumong's heart, isn't it? Why did you kill him? Said Dayang Sumbi, full of anger. Ah, you naughty boy! She hit Sangkuriang's head. Sangkuriang was wounded. There was a scar on his head. She also expelled her son. Sangkuriang left his mother in sadness. Many years passed. Sangkuriang became a strong young man. He wandered everywhere. One day, he arrived at his own village, but he didn't realize it. There, he met Dayang Sumbi. At the time, Dayang Sumbi was given an eternal beauty by God, so she stayed young forever. They didn't know each other, so they fell in love and they decided to marry. But then, Dayang Sumbi recognized the scar on Sangkuriang's head. Sangkuriang, why there is a scar on your head? Asked Dayang Sumbi. Oh, when I was a child, my mom hit me in my head, replied Sangkuriang. Dayang Sumbi was really shocked. She knew that Sangkuriang is her son. It was impossible for them to marry. But Sangkuriang wished that they married soon. She told him, but he didn't believe her. So Dayang Sumbi made a very difficult condition for Sangkuriang. Sangkuriang, if you want to marry me, I have a condition for you. I want you to build a lake and big boat in one night. I need them for our honeymoon. Can you do that? What? Impossible! But it's okay. For you, I'll do it, replied Sangkuriang. At the time, the genius of the spirits helped Sangkuriang to build them. By midnight, Sangkuriang had finished the lake while building a dam in the Chinaram River, and he continued to build a big boat. It was already down when he nearly finished it. Meanwhile, Dayang Sumbi kept watching over them. She was really worried when she knew this. So she made the lights into east. Because of the lights, the troops thought that it was already down. So the troops went home and left Sangkuriang alone. Sangkuriang, look, you can't finish my condition. So that means you can't marry me, you know? Said Dayang Sumbi. You cheated! You made the lights so bad my troops go. Because of that, I can't fulfill a condition, said Sangkuriang. Sangkuriang was very angry, so he kicked the boat. As time went by, the boat turned into a mountain. Therefore, later it's known as Tangkuban Perahu, which means a boat upside down. Well, what a tragic ending, isn't it? Ladies and gentlemen, the moral of the messages of the story are: always be honest and think first before you act. That's the end of the story. Thank you so much for your attention. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Camera rolling and action.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I'm Javier and I'll be telling you a story entitled The Smell of Soup and the Sound of Honey. Many more years ago than anyone can remember, there was a young man named Erman who lived in a village in the kingdom of Atinka, a country far away from everywhere. Erman had little money. In fact, he only had 3 gold coins. One day, Erman went on a journey to find a job. He traveled over land and sea, through deserts and forests, across rivers and mountains, until he arrived in a city. As he looked around, he was fascinated by the sights, the sounds, and the smells of the market. There were people selling jewels, spices, leather, delicate vases, and clothes. There were donkeys, goats, camels, and sheep. There were musicians banging drums and playing flutes. Surely here Erman would find a job. Erman saw a sign, room to rent. Very nervously, he knocked at the door. A terrifying man with huge muscles opened it. "What do you want?" The man hollered rudely. A room, please, sir," answered Erman politely. "3 gold coins," replied the man. He looked fierce. Erman began to shake. But, said Erman. "3 gold coins," repeated the man aggressively. Erman had no choice but handing the man the only 3 coins he had. "There you are, sir. May I know where is my room?" "Upstairs!" So Erman went upstairs to his room. The next morning, Erman woke up late. He was starving. What was that delicious smell? It was a tasty mixture of chicken, carrots, spices, herbs, and garlic. Erman's stomach made a growling noise like a tiger. He galloped down the staircase, following the smell with his nose in the air. In the kitchen, the rude man who was stirring a pot of soup as big as a bathtub with a wooden spoon. Several people were waiting to pay for their lunches. Erman turned to the man bravely and said, "May I have some of that mouth-watering soup?" "3 gold coins." But, said Erman, he didn't have any more coins left. So he went upstairs, pulled a chair onto his balcony, and from there he could smell the delicious soup with all its tempting flavors. Erman sucked in the air and imagined that he was eating the greedy man's soup. "What are you doing?" yelled the man. He was standing on the street staring up at Erman. "Nothing. I was just smelling your delicious soup." "You are a thief!" screamed the man. "You have stolen my smells. I will take you to the court and make you pay for the smell of my soup." So he dragged Erman down the staircase, along the street, and straight into the law court. In the court, the Hoja, who was a wise man and a judge, was reading a newspaper, as he often did. Everybody asked him to decide who was right and who was wrong. That was the Hoja's job. The Hoja looked at Erman, and then he looked at the terrifying man. "What's the problem?" he asked. "This boy has stolen my smells!" screamed the man. His face was purple with anger. "And you want to be paid for the smells?" asked the Hoja. "Yes, I do!" bellowed the man. "Then I will pay you." So the Hoja, he took 3 golds from his pocket, and one by one he threw them into a metal bowl. There you are, said the Hoja, returning to his newspaper. You can leave now. But where is my money? Cried the man. The Hoja looked at the man over the top of his newspaper. I have paid you for the smell of soup with the sound of money. Now go away. The end. So the morals of this story is we shouldn't be greedy, we should be fair, and most importantly, we should be smart against sly people. That's all. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
The honorable judges and fellow friends, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Hello everybody, my name is Keira Hanan Manakia. I'm participant number 33. Today I will tell you a story entitled The Legendary Hero from Betawi, Si Pitung. Without any further ado, let's get into it. A long time ago, in a village called Rawa Belong Betawi, lived a smart, brave, and handsome young man. In his teenage years, his father, Abah Piun, sent him to a pesantren in Kebayoran. He eagerly studied religion and a special martial arts known as pencaksilat. He had a great teacher named Haji Naipin. Do you know who this person might be? You guessed it, Si Pitung. Since he was little, Si Pitung grew up seeing the Dutch colonizers oppress the Batavians. After years and years of studying and practice, Si Pitung asked his teacher if he could go back to his hometown.
Abah Haji, thank you for educating me all this time. Now, I ask your permission. I want to go back home. Please allow me to return to my hometown.
Pitung, it is my duty to share my knowledge to anyone who wants to learn it. So, off you go. Go home and use your knowledge and abilities for the sake of other people around you.
Back at his hometown, Si Pitung was kind to his people. His heart was sorrow, witnessing all the sufferings that the small and weak people experienced. Meanwhile, Si Pitung continues to see that the Dutch oppressed and ruled over the Batavians. There was a group of tauke and landlords. They were all rulers and had power over others due to their wealth. Their wealth included big houses and fields as far as the eyes can see. Initially, all their wealth belonged to these poor and weak people. They took them by force and overpowered them. This condition instructed Si Pitung to take an action.
I can't stand seeing this and do nothing about it. I won't stay put. I'm going to defend my people.
After taking the time to think things out, Si Pitung had an idea. He plotted robbery against the rulers to help the poor. He was helped by his friends Sirais and Sigi. They promised each other they will give everything back to the needy and helpless people. And so off they went to execute their tactics and plans. Shortly after that, he and his friends robbed those corrupt rulers. They then distributed all the robbed items in the front yard of a poor family's house. They even gave money to families who were in debt. People were very grateful for Pitung and friends' help towards the oppressed. But obviously, the actions of Pitung and friends who robbed the Dutch's property provoked their anger. They were furious with Pitung's action and were determined to catch him. Pitung, however, was predictably very hard to find.
One jump ahead of the slowpokes, one skip ahead of my doom. I don't think you can find me. One jump ahead of the hitman, one hit ahead of the flock. I think I'll take a stroll around the block.
Villagers felt they were protected by Pitung, so they tried to protect him back. Not a single person wanted to open their mouth on the whereabouts of Pitung. The Duchess knew that even if they did find him, he would have not been easily executed. By this time, the Duchess heard rumors about Pitung having the immunity against any weapon. They searched for him everywhere, but he was nowhere to be found. They surely made the Dutch and their clans very frustrated. To their desperation, they even used violence to get the whereabouts of Pitung. And what do you think happened next? Yes, their desperate efforts served them well. They found Pitung's location, but not only that, they also found out about his weakness. The Duchess immediately rushed to the location and ambushed Pitung and his friends. They tried to fight back, but then, bang! Bang! Pitung was shot by the Dutch soldiers with a golden bullet. His body trembles as he struggled to maintain his strength. And I won't let you get me down. I'll keep getting up when I hit the ground. No, never give up. No, never give up. No, no. I'll find my way home. I'll find my way home. Pitung breathed his last breath in the hands of an arrogant Dutchman. To this day, his defense and sacrifices for the poor and his oppressed is still remembered and deeply treasured. Pitung might look fierce and cold-hearted, but deep down inside of his heart, he was kind and had a heroic soul. He was, is, and still will be the hero of the Batavian, the legendary Si Pitung. From this story, we can take the moral value to always use your knowledge and abilities to help other people. And we must always fight against evil and injustice. That's the wrap on the story. I'm Keira Hanan Maunakea signing off. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ayah mundur ya.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. The honorable judges and all of my friends, hello! My name is Mayra Kaliamarto, participant number 34. In this special occasion, I would like to tell you a story entitled The Legend of Telaga Warna. Happy listening, everyone! Long time ago, there was a kingdom in West Java. The kingdom was ruled by a king. People call their king His Majesty Prabu. Prabu was a kind and wise man. No wonder if that country was prosperous. There's no hunger in the kingdom. It was such a happy life. But it was a pity that Prabu and the queen hadn't got any children. It made the royal couple very sad. Some of men and women who were respected by the king suggested Prabu to adopt a child. But Prabu and the queen didn't agree. No thank you, but for us, our own daughter son is better than an adopted child. He said. The queen was very sad. She often cried. Oh my God, you have given everything for me, but until now, you haven't given me a child. So please, show me and my husband your miracle. The queen requested to God almost every day, every time. Since then, Prabu decided to go. He went to the jungle. There, he prayed to God. Every day, he begged for a child. His dream came true. A few months later, the queen got pregnant. Prabu and the queen were so happy that they finally had a child. People in the kingdom were happy too. 9th month of pregnancy, the queen delivered a beautiful baby girl. After waiting for a long time, they finally had a princess. To celebrate the newborn princess, the king held a party and invited all the people in the kingdom to join. Prabu and the queen loved their daughter. They gave her whatever she wanted. It made the princess become a very spoiled girl. Even she also had a bad attitude. When her wish couldn't be realized, she became so angry. She even said bad things often. True princess wouldn't do that. Even though the princess behaved badly, her parents still loved her so much and so did the people in the kingdom. They hoped one day that the prince's temperament would change. Day by day, the princess grew prettier and prettier. No girls could compare her. In a few days, the princess would turn 17 years old. As usual, when the princess birthday came, people in the kingdom got so busy preparing for the party. The big one. They prepared all things: the food, the entertainment, and the presents. Before the birthday came, they went to the palace. They brought so many gifts for her. The gifts were so beautiful. Prabhu collected them. Then he kept them in a special room. Sometimes he could give them to be given for his people. Prabhu only took some golden juice from those. Then he brought them to the goldsmith. "Please make a beautiful necklace for my daughter," said Prabhu. "My pleasure, Your Majesty," the goldsmith replied. The goldsmith worked with all of his art and his ability. He wanted to make the most beautiful necklace in the world because he loved the princess. Finally, the long-awaited day, the birthday celebration came. People gathered in a palace field. When Prabhu and the queen arrived, people greeted them happily. Prabhu and the queen waved at their beloved people. The people were cheering loudly when the princess appeared with a fabulous pretty face. Everybody admires her beauty. The king got up from his throne. Then his servant gave him a small and glamorous box. A wonderful necklace was on it. Prabhu took that necklace. "My beloved daughter, today I give you this necklace. This necklace is a gift from people in the kingdom. They love you so much. They present it to express their happiness because you have grown into a teenager. So please, wear this necklace, my dear," said Prabhu. The princess accepted the necklace. Then she looked at it in a glance. "What? You think this is beautiful? Are you blind? This is the ugliest necklace I've ever seen. I don't wear it. I don't accept it. It's ugly." The princess shouted. Then she threw the necklace. The beautiful necklace was broken. The gold and the jewels were spread on the floor. The king, the queen, and all the people in the kingdom stood in silence, witnessing their beloved princess like that. Tears came down on the queen's eye. She was so sad to see her daughter's behavior. Prabhu and the people in the kingdom were also sad. They cried until the tears flooded the palace. Suddenly, a big water came from the ground where the shattered necklace lay. The water flooded the palace as well as the kingdom until it sank, and it created a lake. Nowadays, people call the lake the Laga Warna. It means the lake of color. On a bright day, the lake is full of color. This color comes from the shadow of the forest, the plants, the flowers, and the skies around the lake. But some people say that the color comes from the princess necklace, which spread at the bottom of the lake. The end. Well, ladies and gentlemen, from this story, we can learn that we should always respect somebody else's giving, don't be arrogant, and always behave well. And last but not least, it is better for parents not to spoil their children that much. I think that's all from me. Thank you very much for your attention. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Hello everyone. Have you ever heard a story of where a boy turns into stone? Well, I am here to tell you the story entitled The Legend of Maling Kundang. It is from North Sulawesi. Once upon a time, there was a poor family which included a mother and her only child, Maling Kundang. Malin was a good and smart boy, although he was a little bit naughty. Malin always helped his mom all the time. He loves her so much. Time went quickly. Malin grew up to be a good-looking, smart, and strong man. Even though he had worked so hard that they were still poor. Feeling unfortunate, Malin decided to ask permission to his mother to go look for a job in a big city. One day, Malin asked, "Mom, I want to go look for a job in a big city." "Don't leave me alone, boy," said his mommy. "I have to go, Mom. I don't want to see you working hard any longer. I promise I'll be back when I'm successful," claimed Malin. With tough feeling, his mother allowed him to go to the big city. The next day, he went to the big city by ship. Because he was good looking, smart, and strong, many girls felt crazy with him, including a daughter of the wealthiest trader in the city. It turned out that Malin fell in love with her too. To marry the girl, Malin worked very hard. He even buried all his past, his origin, and even his own biological mother. Malin ended up being the wealthiest man in the city, with many vendorships, a huge lobby residence, and numerous servants. Malin was prosperous at that time, but he forgot his own biological mother. He forgot his mom, who always prayed for his safety. He forgot his mom, who constantly waited for his son to return in the morning. He forgot his mom, who loves and misses him so much. But sadly, he never came back. One day, Malin's wife wanted to go on vacation to an island. It took 3 days to go to that island by ship. So, Malin prepared his big luxury ship to go to the island. In the center of his trip, a storm blockaded his ship, causing it to dock to the nearest island. Unwittingly, it was the island where Malin was born. Very rare, a huge luxury ship docked in the harbor where all the citizens were fishermen. Many people that lived nearby the harbor came to see, including Malin's mother. Malin's mom was shocked and cried with joy. She saw Malin on the ship. She saw Malin back to meet his mom. In a hurry, Malin's mom went to go meet her beloved son. "Is that you, Malin? Is that you, my beloved son? I'm your mom. Do you bear in mind?" said Malin's mom. "Son?" she claimed, "you are her son? This filthy old poor woman is your mommy?" Malin's wife was shocked. No, my dear. I don't know this poor old woman. I don't know you, the poor old stinky woman," stated Malin. What Malin had said really hurt his mother's heart. She could never believe that her son would do such a terrible thing on her. She cried. With anger, she prayed to the Almighty God to repay what her son had done to her. Unexpectedly, the wind blew hard and the storm rumbled violently. Malin and his wife returned to the ship to take shelter. The storm got worse. It hit Malin's ship. Everyone on Malin's ship died, including Malin's wife. And Malin turned into stone and merged with the coral reefs. And that is the end of the story. I really hope you enjoyed what I just said. I'm really sorry if there's any mistakes or anything like that. So, I hope you have a great day. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
The honorable judges, dear my friends who participate in this competition, my loving brothers and sisters, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A warm good afternoon to all of you. It's been a while since the pandemic, right? I guess you haven't been traveling for some time. Do you want to go to China? Today, I'm very excited to take you to China virtually through my story, The Empty Pot. One day, long ago, the king of China announced a contest to find the next ruler of the land. He was getting old and had no sons to take over the throne. One thing about the king is he loved to grow plants. So, he announced that any boy who wanted to be king would have to come to the palace and get a royal seed. In 6 months, the boy who grew the best plant would be the one to win the contest. He would be the next king. Every boy in China was wild with joy. Parents were excited too. sure it would be grand to live at the palace. One boy named Jun was quiet. He knew he was good at growing things. Everyone in his village would fight over to get his melons, snow peas, and his baby corn. On the big day, huge crowds of boys came to the palace. Jun was one of them. Each boy took home his royal seed, held tight in his hand. At home, Jun took out a good flower pot. He filled the pot with rich black dirt and planted the royal seed. Jun watered his pot every day. All over China, boys were doing the same thing. When would the first little green leaf show up? Day after day, Jun watched and waited. Chen was the first boy in Jun's village to announce that a green leaf was coming up. His news was met with great cheers. Chen said in a loud voice that he knew he would be king. Han was the next one. Then it was Wang. Jun didn't know why there was no little plant in his pot. None of the other boys could grow plants as well as he. Soon, sprouts were popping up from pots all over the village. Boys moved their baby plants outside so the leaves could grow bigger in the sun. Every boy who planted a royal seed had a sprout by now. Every boy except him. Jun thinks, maybe I need to take out the seed and move it into another pot. Then he chose the very best and the richest black soil and put it in the new pot. He watched the pot every day, adding drops of water here and there. But still, his seed didn't grow. 6 months passed. The day came when all the boys needed to bring their plants to the palace to be judged. Every boy cleaned their pots. They wiped with care each green leaf, and they dressed in their very best clothes. What will I do? My pot is empty. My seed didn't grow, wailed Jun to his parents. Bring the king your pot the way it is. You did the best you could, said his father. Jun carried his empty pot to the palace with shame. At the palace, all the boys lined up, holding their big, strong plants in front of them, waited to be judged. The king walked slowly down the line. He looked at each plant with a blank look on his face. When he came to Jun, he frowned and said, "What is this? You brought me an empty pot?" "If you please, your majesty, I tried my best. I planted your seed in the best soil I could find. I kept it wet and watched it every day. When it didn't grow, I moved it to a new soil, but it just didn't grow. I'm sorry." Jun then hung his head. Said the king, turning so everyone could hear, he roared. "I do not know where all these other boys got their seeds. There is no way anything could grow from the seeds we passed out for the contest, and that is because all those seeds had been cooked. No plant could grow from them." And he smiled at Jun, the boy who would soon be the next king of China because of his honesty. The end. So, what have you learned from the story? The king came up with a brilliant idea in selecting his successor. We learned that honesty and truthfulness are the most crucial characteristics of a leader. If the country's leaders are honest and trustworthy, their people will surely prosper. Conversely, if the leaders are dishonest and corrupt, their people will undoubtedly be miserable. God commands, "Ya ayyuhalladhina amanu taqullaha wa kunu ma'as-sadiqin." Believers, have fear of Allah and stand with those that are truthful. From Jun, we also learned that even when the going gets rough, giving up is not an option. He could have quit. He could have missed the judgment day at the palace and stayed home in shame. But he chose to go for it because he knew he had done his very best. So, my friends, all in all, I believe if we apply what we have learned from this story, by being truthful and having strong determination, we will get rewarded just like Jinn. Thank you for listening. I hope this inspires you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Hello everyone. First of all, thanks to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala for His mercy, so we can stand in here today in joy and good health. And greetings upon our Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, who has brought us out of the darkness into the light. My name is Sylvia. I'm from 7th grade at Al-Azhar Islamic Junior High School, 48 Samarinda. On this occasion, I would like to tell you a great story. The story is Prophet Adam alaihi salam. Alright, now let's start the story. Bismillah. A long time ago, Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala created the sun, the moon, and the earth. After creating this, he saw that his creation was incomplete. So he asked his angels to collect clay from the earth. Allah made a man-like figure with it and named him Adam alaihi salam. Then Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala asked all the angels, including Iblis, to prostrate before Adam alaihi salam as a sign of respect. One by one, all the angels prostrated before the Prophet, except Iblis.
that the angel of death had arrived, he smiled peacefully and passed away. MashaAllah, that was such a wonderful story. So, the lesson that we can take from the story is we must obey the commands of Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala. If we don't, then we will be punished. Don't be like Shaitan, who doesn't obey the commands of Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala. Every action has its own reprisal. Thank you for the opportunity that given to me. I hope you enjoy this story. Thank you for your attention. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Oh, how pretty! Oh, hi there! Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Look at this beautiful picture of Komodo Island. Komodo Island is located by the banks of the Musi River, near Palembang. Do you know that there is a tragic story behind this island? Well, my name is Alisa Kiendra, and I'll tell you the legend of Komodo Island. A long time ago, there was a kingdom in South Sumatra. The king had a very beautiful daughter, whose name was Princess Fatima. One day, a ship from China arrived. The captain of the vessel was a merchant named Tan Bun An. After he arrived at the port, he went to the palace to ask the king's permission to do business.
I will let you stay here and do business, but you have to give half of your profit to the kingdom, said the king.
Since then, Tan Bun An often came to the palace. He saw the princess several times. One day, he accidentally met her. "Excuse me," he said, gaining the princess's attention. "Roses are red, violets are blue. My heart beats fast when I see you." He recited a pantun. "Oh my! I'm flattered, but who are you again?" she asked. "Ah, a little goose slept on my shoes. Let me introduce myself to you. My name is Tan Bun An. I'm here to do business with your kingdom." "Oh, well then, nice to meet you," she said with a warm smile. Tan Bun An and the princess became friends. Days and weeks passed by and they fell in love with each other. They planned to get married, so Tan Bun An decided to ask the king for his approval. "You have to understand the princess's political position. She can't marry someone who doesn't have any contribution to the kingdom." "Fine, I will let you marry her, but give me 9 big jars filled with gold," said the king. Tan Bun An wrote a letter to his parents in China and told them about the king's request. His parents agreed and sent him 9 big jars filled with gold. Not long after, the 9 big jars arrived at the port of the Musi River. Tan Bun An brought it to the king. The king received him happily. He smiled and opened the lid of the jar. But instead of gold, the jar was filled with rotten vegetables. "What is the meaning of this?" the king screamed angrily. "Are you trying to humiliate me?" Tan Bun An was shocked. "Your Majesty, I'm really sorry. I haven't checked them first. I thought they were filled with gold." The king was furious. "You have disrespected me. I would never marry off my daughter to a swindler like you. Now get out of my sight and never come back." Confused and broken-hearted, Tan Bun An brought all of the jars back to his ship and left the city. He didn't even say goodbye to the princess, who waited for him by the banks of the Musi River. He was so confused and upset. Why would his parents betray him? He opened the lid of the jars one by one, and every time he did not see any gold in it, he threw the jar into the river. He opened the last jar. Again, he did not see any gold in it. This time, he smashed the jar with a big stone instead. The jar broke. Tan Bun An had found the gold. Right at that moment, he knew that he had made a huge mistake. He realized now that his parents had put the rotten vegetables to protect the gold from thieves and pirates. My God! What a fool I am! What should I do now? I have to collect all of this gold back. And without thinking, he immediately jumped into the river. Standing by the river bank, Princess Fatima saw all of it. And as soon as Tan Bun An jumped, her heart dropped. As she was about to jump to help Tan Bun An, her maid tried to stop her. "My lady, please don't do this! I have to help him," she said. Then she jumped into the river. The king was saddened by the news, and the entire kingdom waited and waited. But the princess never showed up, and neither did Tan Bun An. After several days, the people saw a pile of soil. The soil grew bigger and bigger, until it finally became a tiny island. The people called it Kamaro Island. So, dear friends, all of this tragedy could have been easily resolved if only they had communicated better. Remember, communication is key. And please, don't make a permanent decision based on a temporary emotion. Always think first before you react. Well, I'm going to continue to walk around the island now. Goodbye. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Hello everyone, my name is Ashila Jasmine Sani, and today I'll be telling you guys a story called Cinta Laras. Once upon a time, there was a king named Raden Putra. Raden Putra was the king of Jenggala Kingdom. He had a beautiful queen and an evil concubine. She was always envious and jealous of the queen. So, she planned to make the queen leave the palace. She then asked the royal healer to help in her plan, pretending to be ill and poisoned by the queen. So one day, the royal healer gave the report to Raden Putra. "I'm sorry, Your Majesty. The concubine was sick because the queen has poisoned her meal." "Really? Is that true? I'll confirm it soon." Of course, the queen denied it, but Raden Putra wouldn't listen. "I didn't do that! Really, please, have mercy on me! Please!" It is hard for me to understand, but you have made a big mistake. Go away and never come back. The queen was then banished into the woods. Raden Putra then commanded one of his generals to kill her. But what Raden Putra didn't know, that the queen was pregnant. In the woods, the wise general didn't have the heart to kill the queen. "My queen, I could never kill you. Go away from here." After the general left, the queen lived by her own self. Day by day, the time finally came when she gave birth to a baby boy. The baby was named Cinta Laras. Cinta Laras grew up to be a nice and a handsome young boy. One day, when he was picking up some firewood, an eagle dropped an egg. "Wow, a gift from heaven! Let me bring you a chicken to be brooded." The egg became a strong yet extra extraordinary rooster. The rooster could sing. Every morning, the rooster would always wake Cinderace up with its beautiful song. Kukuruyu, my master is Cinderace. His house is made from wood. He is the son of Raden Putra. Cinderace always woke up early in the morning, listening happily to the rooster's song. But he never realized the meaning until one day he started to think. Mom, would you like to tell me who is Raden Putra? The rooster always mentioned the name in the song, but I don't know who he is. The queen then finally told him the whole story on why they were banned from the kingdom and lived in the woods. Cinderace was surprised, so he decided to go to the kingdom to meet the king, his father. He also brought his rooster, which grew stronger and bigger every day. On his way, he stopped by a village. There, he met some people who were involved in cockfighting, and they challenged him to see how strong his rooster was. Hey young man, if your rooster wins, you'll get a reward. Cinderace accepted the challenge, but in just a few minutes, his rooster won. He won again and again, and quickly, the news about Cinderace's rooster spread throughout the whole Jenggala kingdom, which made Raden Putra curious, so he invited him to the palace. What is your name, boy? My name is Cinderace, Your Majesty. He answered, feeling both thrilled and excited to finally see Raden Putra. I've heard that you have a strong and unbeatable rooster. I challenge you. If you win, I'll share half of my wealth with you. But if I win, I'll cut your head off. Cinderace accepted, but in just a few minutes, his rooster won. Raden Putra was surprised, so he started to stare at Cinderace from his seat. That boy and that rooster is not ordinary. Who is he? When Cinderace was about to answer, suddenly the rooster sang the song. Kukuruyu, my master is Cinderace. His house is made from wood. He is the son of Raden Putra. What am I hearing? It is true, Your Majesty. My name is Cinderace, and my mother was the queen. I can't believe that! General, can you tell me on what really happened? I'm sorry, Your Majesty. I didn't have the heart to kill the queen. I just knew that the concubine was lying. Concubine! I can't believe you lied to me for all of these years! You will be sent to jail! Raden Putra then hurriedly went into the woods to pick up the queen. And ever since then, Cinderace and his parents lived happily together. The moral of the story is, In asantum ahsantum li anfusikum wa in asantum falaha. You do good to your own souls. If you do evil, you do it against your own soul. Thank you so much for listening. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Hello everyone, my name is Alika Futeriasha. Today I'm going to tell a story about Cinderace. Long time ago lived a king in Jenggala Kingdom. His name was Raden Putra. He married to a beautiful queen. Besides that, he also had a beautiful concubine. Unlike the queen, the concubine has bad personalities. So he was jealous with the queen. So she planned to make the queen leave the palace. By doing so, she could be the new queen. The concubine asked the healer to help her do the bad plan. In one morning, Your Highness, I found a red bottle near your morning tea. I presume soon someone wanted to poison me, said the healer. It is the morning tea. It's the queen duty to serve your morning tea, my dear. I can't believe this. She must wanted the throne for herself. At the concubine, the king was very angry. How dare you! I shall not want to see your face again. Guard, send her to the forest and let the beast there feast with her flesh. But, king, I didn't do anything. I was friends. The king was furious. He then sent the queen to the jungle. Little did he know the queen was pregnant. After several months, the queen gave birth to a baby boy. She named him Cindalaras. He grew up as a nice, healthy, and handsome young man. One day, while Cindalaras helped her mother to collect some firewood, an eagle dropped an egg. He took the egg and carefully took care of it. Hatch! Then it became a strong rooster. But it's not just a strong rooster, it's magical, because the rooster could also sing. The same about Cindalaras and with her father Raden Putra. My master is Cindalaras, he lived in the jungle. His father is a king, his name is Raden Putra. At first, Cindalaras just ignored it. However, he could not stand anymore. He told to his mother about it. His mother told the whole story. Cindalaras was very surprised. He decided to go to the palace to meet his father, Raden Putra, and brought the rooster with him. On the way to go there, some people asked if their roosters can fight with Cindalaras roosters. And yeah, Cindalaras rooster won again and again. Cindalaras roosters was hearing by the king, and the king was invited the Cindalaras to go to the palace. Hey boy, I heard you have a winning roosters. Let it fight with mine. If your rooster win, you could have all my wealth. If your rooster lost, you would be punished in a jail. The rooster fought bravely. In just a few minutes, Cindalaras rooster won the fight. Then Cindalaras rooster sang the song. My master is Cindalaras, he lived in the jungle. His father is a king, his name's Raden Putra. The king was surprised. The king was asked to the Cindalaras who Cindalaras was. Then Cindalaras told to the king that his mother living in the jungle. Later, the palace healer admitted his mistake, that the queen doesn't know anything. The queen was innocent. The concubine sent to jail because of that. And they happy ever after. The end. Moral of the story is, double check the information that comes to you. It may bring harm to other people. As Quran Surah Al-Hujurat, verse 6, O you who believed, if some transgressor brings you news, verify carefully. Thank you so much for listening. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Today, I want to tell you a story of a man named Maling Kundang. We start this off a long time ago in a small village in the west of Sumatra where a family of 3 lived. There was a father, a mother, and their son named Maling Kundang. One day, to provide for his family, Malin's father decides to go on a trip in hopes of finding a steady income for him and his family. Little did Malin and his mother knew that would be the last time that they ever saw him. Years and years have passed, and Malin's father hasn't returned home since. Malin's poor old mother had to work every single day to provide for her and her son. Until one day, where an amazing opportunity rose. Mother, I have amazing news! A captain and his crew were looking to recruit people to work at the city. This could be our chance to have a better life. The city? I don't know, Malin. The city's a very dangerous place. Mother, please. We've been waiting for an opportunity like this for so long. Please, please let me help you. And eventually, after Malin kept insisting, his mother lets him go. Every day, Malin's mother would look to the shore, awaiting for her son's return. Yet every day she was left disappointed. Until one fateful day, where she was walking at the beach, and she saw the captain of Malin's original ship right there at shore. Captain, I haven't seen you in so long. Where is he? Where's my son? Where's Malin? Is he here? Malin, haven't you heard? He's rich, famous, and successful now. He even got married a few years ago, and he's coming here tomorrow. Malin's mother's face lit up with excitement. The very next day, a huge and luxurious ship arrived at shore. Malin's mother saw her son and his wife coming down from the ship. Malin, my son, I haven't seen you in so long. Look at you. You look amazing. I'm so proud of you. How are you? Where have you been? Malin's wife looked at her up and down, and her face turned to disgust. Malin, is that really your mother? You told me your family were rich. Did you lie to me? Malin, out of fear of losing what he has, pushes his poor old mother onto the ground. Her? My mother? Are you insane? Look at her. Her hair, her clothes, even her face is filthy. I'm insulted you would even think such a thing. Malin, my son. What are you talking about? It's me, it's your mother. Please just come home with me, son. Get away from me. You're not my mother. You couldn't afford to have a son like me. And come home with you? Look at this place. It's small and dirty. Even the people here are filthy. Small villages like these are filled with crazy people like you. Let's go. This place is making me nauseous. Malin and his wife then left, leaving Malin's poor old mother on the ground, crying and shaking. Out of sadness and anger, then she prayed. If that wasn't my son, then I forgive him. But if that really was my son, then please give me he deserves. Malin's ship was in the middle of the sea when a huge black cloud went over him, and a huge thunderstorm went over them. Screams of help, help could be heard everywhere, but there was nothing they could have done. They can't stop a thunderstorm. Malin's entire ship sank. His crew died. His wife died. Everything he thought he had, it's as if they just disappeared in front of him in an instant. Malin was left alone, stranded on an island, where he begged, he cried, he apologized. I'm sorry, Mother. Please, I'm sorry, I take it all back. But it was too late. His entire body, from the bottom of his feet to the very tip of his fingers, turned into stone. If there's anything you can take away from this, please treat your mothers with the kindness, love, and respect that they deserve. Because no amount of money and fortune can replace everything they've done for you. That's all from me. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Participant 42, 43.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Hello everyone. At this time, I'm going to tell you a story. The title is Bawang Putih and Bawang Merah. Please enjoy. Once upon a time, in Riau, lived a beautiful girl named Bawang Putih. Her father had passed away and she lived with her stepmother and stepsister, Bawang Merah. And since that time, they treated her very badly. One day, her stepmother said, Bawang Putih, now you are my maid. You have to serve us. But mother, no, but you must obey all my rules. What do you think? I love you? No, no, I hate you. How poor you are, said her stepsister with a sly smile. Actually, Bawang Merah was very jealous to Bawang Putih because Bawang Putih was much more beautiful than her. Bawang Putih was very sad. Ya Allah, why are they so mean to me now? But she didn't get the answer. So willy-nilly she had to accept them all patiently. But one thing she didn't forget, she kept praying and believed that Allah the Almighty would help her someday. One morning, Bawang Putih went to the river to wash a lot of clothes. At the river, she looked a goldfish cried and needed help. Seeing the condition, Bawang Putih felt sorry and helped him. Ya Allah, what happens to you, goldfish? But now you're okay. Thank you! Alhamdulillah, wa syukurlah. You've saved me, and I'm still alive now. Would you like to be my friend? Asked the goldfish. Bawang Putih was very surprised, knowing the goldfish could speak. And she answered nervously, Of course, goldfish, we can be friends. Then, the fish helped her in washing and they became best friends. One moment, the goldfish said, Bawang Putih, I think one day you will be a queen because you're pretty and kind-hearted. I think you just made a joke, goldfish, but thanks. Unfortunately, their friendship couldn't last any longer because her stepsister knew it and her mom asked Bawang Merah to catch the goldfish. Palmera poached the fish and gave it to Mom. Do you know guys what they would do? They cooked it and ate it! When Pamputi knew the fish was a friend, she took the bones and said, "Oh my friend, forgive me. I couldn't take care of you. I'm so sorry, friend." Then she buried her friend sadly. But something surprising happened. Do you know guys what it was? Several days later, grew a beautiful plant with beautiful flowers on the burial. And what happened next? A prince came to see it and needed to treat his father's disease. The prince said, "Who is the owner of the plant?" "Ah, it's mine, Your Majesty," answered Palmer. "Could you pull it and give it to me, please, young lady?"
Yes, of course, Your Majesty.
Then Palmera tried to pull it. But she couldn't. Many people also tried, but they couldn't either. Then the prince looked at Pamputi and asked her to pull the plant. Pamputi tried to pull it. Destroy. She could do it and gave it to the prince. The prince said, "Thank you for the plant, young lady. By the way, would you become my wife?" But Pamputi said nothing. She only smiled and nodded. They married and they lived happily ever after. The end. So guys, the moral value of the story is patience will lead us to the glory. Good deeds will lead us to the happiness. Hal jazaa'ul ihsan illal ihsan. That's all from me. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Next, number 44.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Hi everyone, my name is Aisha Azura Andinio Junio Doris, and today I'm going to be telling you a story about Rara Jongrang. Ready? Let's get started. Once upon a time, there was a kingdom called Prambanan. However, their happy lives were soon disturbed by another kingdom. The mean king, Bandung Bondowoso, wanted to take over Prambanan. The war could not be avoided. Prambanan lost and was led by the new king. There wasn't a fair chance of winning the war because Bandung Bondowoso had supernatural powers. His soldiers were not only humans but also genies. They would do whatever their king asked them to. Those creatures always obeyed Bandung Bondowoso. The king of Prambanan had a beautiful daughter, and her name was Rara Jongrang. Bandung Bondowoso fell in love. He wanted to marry her. To Bandung Bondowoso's surprise, she refused to marry him. He kept asking and asking, but she just refused. After a while, the princess came up with an agreement. "If you want to marry me, you have to build 1,000 temples in just one night," said Rara Jongrang. She hated Bandung Bondowoso because he made the people of Prambanan suffer. "What? That's impossible! You just want an excuse to not marry me," said Bandung Bondowoso, but he was determined. he ordered all the genies to help him. I want 1,000 temples done before sunrise. I must marry Rara Jangrang. So then, all those genies worked hard to build the 1,000 temples. They were building too much, too fast. When the princess heard this, she was frightened. She didn't want to marry him, so she thought as hard as she could to come up with an idea. Okay, please prepare a lot of straw and mortars. Come on, hurry up, said Rara Jangrang. All those ladies in waiting were confused. They did not know why Rara Jangrang asked them to prepare straw and mortars in the middle of the night. Listen, all those genies are building the temples, right? We have to stop them. If we make the sky turn light and get to our usual morning work, they'll think that they're out of time and run away. And so, the remaining citizens of Prambanan started a big bonfire and pretended to work on the farm as if it was morning and made loud noises. The farmers took their roosters to make noise. And it worked. The genies thought that the sun rose and vanished. When Bandung Bondowoso heard this, he was angry. Rara Jangrang just tricked him. You cannot fool me, Rara Jangrang. I have built you 999 temples. I just need one more. And after what you have done, I will make you my 1,000th temple. And so, with his powers, he turned the princess into stone and part of the final temple. And to this day, the princess still remains a stone. So friends, what we can learn from this story is we cannot force our own will onto other people. And when in trouble, the best solution is to ask Allah for help. Thank you so much for listening to my story. I hope to see you again. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Participant 45.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Ifita Zakira, and today I would like to tell you all a story about Sultan Hasanuddin and the Khalifate. Long ago in the kingdom of Goa, in which Sultan Hasanuddin became the king, he lived Goa just as well as the previous king, his father, Sultan Alauddin. As a well-known king who despised VOC, he did everything he could to stop every activity of such company. One day, as he was walking around his kingdom to see the condition of his people, a soldier came warily in a hurry to report the appearance of big warship in the distance. "Amaporangakaray!" the soldier shouted. "What's the matter, soldier? Why are you in a hurry? Your face looks pale." "Amaporangakaray, I am here to report a big problem. We are under..." The poor soldier couldn't seem to take the words out of his mouth. "Calm down, soldier, calm down. Now, talk." "My king, I am one of the marine guards. I have looked over a few ships from afar. I suspect that they are the battleships of the sea, and that they are coming towards us so they can attack us." "Attack us? Are you sure?" the king asked. "Yes, my king, I am sure." The king then lent the preparation of the war to his trustworthy commanders. Then he returned to his palace to prepare himself for the war. In his palace, he asked his son, Karangalason, to be ready for the war, as he saw a number of big ships coming towards them and that they need enough battle spirit to face their enemy's power. Then they go to the fort to inspect the people whether they are ready for the war. There, Karang Buntumarandu, Karang Manompo, Ikarundung, and all the other soldiers were already on their position. They had prepared their weapons, cannons, spears, machetes, and the most important weapon that symbolizes the power of Pakistan, the badik. While waiting for their enemies to reach the battlefield, Sultan Hasanuddin gave a speech that could increase the power of his people. The speech went along with these lines. My people, as you can see the big ships that are coming towards us, you can imagine how huge the number of our enemies and how hard the war will be. But people in the world has known who we are. You all are the greatest and the bravest people I've ever known. Let us show them how brave we are. Let us fight for the sake of our family and this kingdom. And most importantly, let us fight for the sake of this religion. Allahu Akbar! Allahu Akbar! Allahu Akbar! The soldiers then shouted their battle cries. Hearing that, the passion that has been burning in the king's heart lit even brighter. And with that passion, he commanded his 3 commanders to return to their position and prepare for the war. Karang Buntumarandu, return to your position. Prepare the cannons at the left wing. Don't let any ship get close to the river. Yes, my king. Karang Manompo, return to your position. Don't let any ship get close to the beach. Prepare your cannons at the left, at the right wing. Yes, my lord. And Ikarundung went back to his position at the middle of the fort. Karangalasong, stay with me and prepare your soldiers to defend the gates. Use everything you've got to prevent them from getting into the palace. Yes, father, said the prince. Several hours later, their enemies, BOC, were closing into the beach. Sounds of cannons from the palace and ships boomed out. Screams of injured soldiers came from every side of the palace. The war was overwhelming for both Sultan Hasanuddin and his people. Some of the ships managed to dock over the beach. Hundreds of soldiers ran out, and to the king's army, they seemed quite familiar. They even wore the same clothes as them too. Who are they? Before they could fully identify them, Arung Palaka, the king of Borneo, ran down from the mothership along with the commander of FeLKA, Spielman. Arung Palaka standed still. Some aimed for him, but not even a single bullet managed to scratch his body. Arung Palaka stepped forward and said, Sultan Hasanuddin, the great king of Guadalajara, I warned you that I would take my revenge for my people and my kingdom. For that, I challenge you to a duel. I have waited for this moment, a fight between you and I, between the great king of Guatemala and the king of Borneo. I have waited for this moment, and I've known your bravery. So come and fight me. Words cannot express how angry the king felt as he saw someone with the same race as him fight alongside the enemy. Arung Palaka, you traitor! Sultan Hasanuddin shouted. You returned to betray us! Don't even think about calling me a traitor! Arung Palaka shouted back. I wouldn't even dare to join your alliance. We are rivals. I am only here to avenge my people. Once again, fight me, king against king, soldiers against soldiers. We shall see who's the strongest amongst us. Sultan Hasanuddin then stepped forward to accept Arung Palaka's challenge. But before they could commence the duel, Sultan Hasanuddin gave another order to his people. My people, this is a fight between me and Arung Palaka. I command you all not to interfere. This is a fight between the kings. Then
They fought bravely. They fought for 2 days and 2 nights, from dusk till dawn, till night fell. That is the end of my story. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And this is the last participant for today's competition. Participant number 46.
Welcome to Central Java, province of tradition. We have kingdom temples we preserve with much affection. Here I will tell you a great story. It's from Semarang, my beloved city. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Hi, my name is Nisha. I'm from SMP. The story I will convey to you today is the legend of Rawa. Happy listening. Once upon a time, in Ngasam village, lived a beautiful lady named Ena Savitri. When she suddenly delivered a baby, the villagers saw her unbelievably, because the baby was not a human, but a dragon. More jaw-dropping was the baby dragon could speak normally. Even though the villagers avoided Ena Savitri and her baby, she still loved them unconditionally and named her baby Baru Klinting. 1 year passed, 2 years passed. Baru Klinting now grew longer and smarter. One day when Ena Savitri was babysit Baru Klinting, he said, Mommy, who is my dad? Your father is Kiajar Salokanta. He has been doing meditation in slope of Mount Moyo. If you want to see him, bring this girl with you. He will know that you are his son. Hearing the story, Baru Klinting started to search for his father, and finally he arrived at Kiajar Salokanta. Excuse me, are you Kiajar Salokantara? Yes, I am. Also, you are my father. I'm son of Ena Savitri. Mama said this bill is a proof that I am your son. The bill is from you, but I need more evidence that you are my son. If you are my real son, you must be able to circle Mount Moyo with your body. It turned out Baru Klinting was able to do it. So, you are my real son. Go meditate in Mount Moyo for 4 years, and you will change into human form. Long story short, year passed and now Baru Klinting's body covered with moss, dirt, and everything, until one day, Patok village was about to hold a harvest party. To tune up the party, they needed boar and deer to feast, so they hunted at Mount Moyo, but no animal can come. In desperation, a man stuck his sickle in any root. To his surprise, the root spouted blood. It turned out it wasn't blood, but a huge and long snake. Knowing the fact, people are so happy, they cut the snake directly into pieces, then brought the snake's meat to the village to cook. In the party, a filthy boy who was incarnation of Baru Klinting came in. People of Patok chased away. Go away, you filthy boy! Get lost! You're ruining the party with your own body! You! Don't you dare come here again! Baru went to other direction. He was extremely sad when people are so mean. They eat from other creature, but why they can share a small portion?
He has starving after fasting for years, but he kept walking. His steps brought to a home of an old lady. There he was fed and welcomed respectfully. His energy blasted, and he said, "Granny, if you hear thunder from afar, go in this mortar and sail away." Then he went to the party again. People were angry. They kicked him, they pulled him, they punched him. But when he was wobbling, tottering, and fell on the ground, with his raspy voice, he said, "Okay, okay, okay, I'll go after this cake being removed." Piece of cake, it's just... Hey, what the hell are you doing? People are getting impatient. Let me do it. One by one, they tried to pull the stake, but no one was able to do it. They even tried to pull the stake together. But it was like trying to pull 1,000-year-old tree. When they were exhausted, Barakwiti removed the stake easily. The stick left a small hole that stopped water like fountain that grew bigger and bigger. The water flooded the whole village and drowned everyone except the old lady. Because the water is so pure and clear, people call it Rawa Pening. Rawa in Japanese means swamp. Pening, which originally is Pening, means clear. So, welcome to Rawa Pening in Semarang Regency, a blue natural lake with exceptional beauty. If you ever have time, play along with me. Go to Rawa Pening and please take a selfie. So, my dear friend, the moral value of this story is that no act of kindness, no matter how small it is ever wasted. Because kindness gives birth to kindness. Thank you for your attention. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Alhamdulillahirrahmanirrahim, Bapak Ibu, that's the last performance for today. And then we will have break until 1:15 or a quarter past 1. So after that, we'll have the announcement for the finalists, for the participant who will perform in the final round. So we'll have break until 1:15 or a quarter past 1. Thank you Bapak Ibu, kita istirahat dulu, terima kasih. Ketemu lagi nanti jam 1:15. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Waalaikumsalam. Azhar.
Assalamualaikum Bapak Ibu anak-anak semuanya. Insya Allah sebentar lagi akan diumumkan untuk peserta yang masuk ke babak final oleh guru kita, lalu selaku Dewan Juri, Dewan Juri. Mohon disimak baik-baik Bapak Ibu dan anak-anak semuanya.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Yeah, I'm very happy that I can enjoy the storytelling performances that we have. So I'm Ika Lestari Damayanti. I'm from Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, and I'm here with my colleagues. We have Mrs. Nia and Wiwi. So we'll be very happy to announce that of around 43 candidates. It's so hard for us to decide to choose the best 10, even though you all did a good job. But sadly, we have to select only 10 finalists. So we have decided the 10 finalists that can go to the next stage. And okay, let's count 1, 2, 3, and let Ibu Dewi present the finalists on the screen. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Okay, so yes, we have student number 10, number 13, number 15, number 36, number 4, number 43, number 21, 24, 38 and 44. Congratulations. So we have selected these 10, but of course the sequence does not represent the rank of the score, because we have selected randomly. So as you can see on the screen, that student number 10 will present first for the final stage, and as you can see, will be continued by student number 13 up to number 44. Okay, so get ready. I'm so excited to see your performance in the final stage. Wait. Get back to Ibu Dewi. So we're going to.
Thank you for Bu Ika for announcing the finalists for today. And then we will have about 10 minutes to prepare for the final round.
Excuse me, would you please one more time show the result?
Yes, miss. Okay. I will share the finalists again. This is finalists for today's competition. Student number N, it means the nomor urut awal tampilnya adalah nomor 10. And then number 13, number 15, 36, 4, 43, 21, 24, 38, and then 44. So the first one who will perform is ST10. And then we will have 10 minutes to have preparation. And then for the finalists, for all the top 10 will join the breakout room. So please change the username into ST10 and then underscore. This is the order of the performance from the first one until the 10th.
Miss, what time will it be started?
1:35, Miss.
1:35?
Yes, 10 minutes.
We only have 5 minutes to
10.
prepare?
35, 10 minutes.
10 minutes, okay.
Yes.
And I think you'd better to write the new, what is it? Which you taught us just now in a group.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
Thank you.
Yes, I have a question. For the performance, do our student need to use the virtual background, or we can use because we have a black background, we don't use the virtual background. Is that okay?
Just normal background like the elimination round.
Yes. Yes.
In the video, yeah. Do not prepare the special background for because it doesn't include in the assessment point.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, we don't need to use this background, right? The storytelling.
You don't need to put the virtual background. No?
Okay. Thank you.
And then you may use the microphone as we agreed before in the group WA.
Yeah.
Microphone, yeah, for the finalists.
Thank you.
Miss Dili. Ya, ini Miss Dila speaking. Punten, nanti Anandanya karena sedang karantina ini, Anandanya nanti dari rumah. Nanti mohon izin untuk di make sure terlebih dahulu kesiapannya Miss Dili sebelum dimulai. Iya, karena sedang karantina anaknya.
Oh iya.
Terima kasih.
Miss, tadi anak-anak harus gabung di mana, Miss?
Nanti akan dimasukkan ke breakout room, Miss. Untuk
iya.
Breakout room. Nanti tampilnya di main sessionnya bisa ditonton sama semuanya.
Oh iya, baik.
Belum tampil ada di breakout. Bapak Ibu. Assalamualaikum. Untuk Ananda nomor urut 13, ST 13, apakah sudah bergabung?
SMP 10 ya, Miss.
SMP 37 Pekanbaru.
Oh, Pekanbaru, maaf.
Yang bergabung untuk finalisnya dari ST 13, SMPIA 37 Pekanbaru, lalu SMP ST 04 dari Cilegon. Apakah sudah ada dari Cilegon? ST 04?
Ya. Ada Ibu, ada.
Namanya siapa ya Bu? Mau dimasukkan ke breakout room?
Namanya Clarissa Abida Lindi Barli. Clarissa Abida Lindi Barli.
Bisa diganti dengan username yang sudah sesuai format Ibu, ST 04.
Oh ya, saya rename dulu ya Bu ya yang di sini ya.
Kemudian ST 43 dari SMPIA 8 sudah hadir. ST 43 SMPIA 8. Selanjutnya ST 21 dari SMPIA 26 Jogja. Apakah sudah ada?
Sudah Bu, menggunakan akun ini.
Oh iya, oke, terima kasih. Jogja ya. Bisa diganti mungkin namanya yang Jogja supaya nanti memudahkan.
Diganti sesuai dengan nama Anandanya, Bu. Apa nomor urutnya?
ST 21 underscore nama peserta.
Baik, Bu.
Ya, terima kasih.
Nggak kedengeran suaranya kamu di sini. Gimana nih? Ininya nih. Aduh, panik nih, aku panik.
Pekanbaru atau SMP 37 nomor 13. Dari Cilegon, apakah sudah hadir? ST04, SMP 27. Clarissa. Oke, terima kasih. Baik, alhamdulillah selain dari Pekanbaru karena baru selesai sholat Jumat, ke-9 finalis sudah siap di breakout room untuk peserta nomor urut pertama yaitu ST10 dari SMP 13. Mohon bersiap. Assalamualaikum. Untuk peserta dari SMP 13 Surabaya sudah siap, Nak? Sudah ya? Oke, sudah siap ya? Setelah ini yang tampil kedua adalah ST15 dari SMP 16. Bersiap ya, setelah ini dari ST15 SMP 16 Cikarang, bersiap tampil kedua. Untuk ST10 dari SMP 13 Surabaya, bersiap akan dipindahkan sessionnya, oke? But they have to report it, right? So ada masalah sih. Oh iya betul. Iya betul. Iya. Because we have to wait for issues. Waalaikumsalam. Dijadikan urutan terakhir tapi ada pengurangan nilai sesuai sama juknis. Mohon yang untuk tampil Bapak Ibu penanggung jawabnya bisa direkam sekalian sebagai backup ketika nanti sekiranya ada kendala internet. Mohon ada disiapkan direkam pada saat menampilkan cerita. Baik, untuk Ananda nomor urut 10 dari SMP 13 Surabaya, apakah sudah siap?
Siap.
Alhamdulillah. Oke, aba-aba ya, akan dihitung dengan stopwatch juga. 1, 2, 3, and go.
Children and adults, run. afraid of being shot to death. September the 1st, 2004, there was a massive school shooting in Beslan School Siege, North Ossetia, Alania, Russia. More than 300 people were killed, and almost 200 of them were children. Now, this wasn't the first murder in human history. If you thought it was, then you're wrong. Dead wrong. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Adara Diandra Ramadhani Harun, and today I will be telling you a little story about the first murder in human history. It all dates back to when Prophet Adam first came to Earth. It took quite a while for him and his wife, Hawa, to finally settle down near a river. Prophet Adam knew that life on Earth wouldn't be as enjoyable as it is in paradise, because he would have to build a house for shelter and work very hard to feed his family. Years passed, and Hawa gave birth to a set of twins, a boy and a girl. They named the boy Qabil, and they named the girl Iklima. Later on, she gave birth to another set of twins, but this time they named him Habil, and they named her Labuda. They all took different roles. Habil, he took in farming, working in the fields and growing crops, while Habil, he became a shepherd, taking care of all their sheep. Once they were old enough, Prophet Adam wanted them to get married, but since there were no other females in the world, Qabil would have to marry Habil's sister, Labuda, and Habil would have to marry Qabil's sister, Iklima. My dear sons, now that you are all grown up, I want you to get married. Qabil, you will marry Habil's sister, and Habil, you will marry Qabil's sister. Qabil's sister, Iklima, she was beautiful. It was as if she was a goddess. But on the other hand, Labuda, Habil's sister, she was quite average. And Qabil didn't like the idea of him having to marry Labuda, so he protested. But father, it is unfair. Why must I marry Labuda? I want to marry my own sister, Iklima. I'm sorry, my dear son, but that is the rule. Well, I oppose the rule. I don't want to marry Labuda. I want to marry Iklima, my own sister. Prophet Adam tried to think of ways about how to settle this situation. In the end, he asked his two sons to offer a sacrifice to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and whoever sacrifice is accepted will marry Iklima. Habil, he collected some of the best lamb meat from his cloak and offered it as a sacrifice, while Qabil, he offered his rotten fruits and vegetables. So we can clearly tell that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala accepted Habil's sacrifice and rejected Qabil's, meaning that Habil will marry Iklima. And Qabil didn't like that. One day, Habil came home late, so Prophet Adam asked Qabil to look for his brother. Qabil went into the fields looking for Habil until he found him right over there, walking home. But feeling furious, Qabil then yelled at Habil, "Your offering was accepted, but mine was not." To which Habil replied with, "Allah only accepts from those who fear him." This reply made Qabil very furious, so he picked up a stone and threatened to kill Habil. But Habil didn't panic at all. All he said was, "Even if you stretch your hand to kill me, I would never stretch my hand to harm you, because I fear in Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala." This reply made Qabil even more furious, so he struck Habil's head with the stone, instantly killing him. When Qabil realized what he had done, he was shocked. He was panicking. He didn't know what to do. What have I done? I just killed my brother. What do I do? He didn't want his father to know, so he tried to think of ways about how to hide his sin. He wandered from place to place, dragging Habil's body, until he saw two birds fighting. one of the birds fell and died. The victorious bird then dug a hole in the ground and buried the dead bird. Now, this gave Qabil an idea. He then dug a hole in the ground as well and buried his brother's body. Qabil was ashamed of what he had done. He was ashamed that he had let Shaitan win over him. He didn't dare to go back to his family, so he decided to run away. Once Prophet Adam knew about this, he warned his other children to always obey Allah and never give Shaitan a chance. Now, what can we learn from this quite horror story? One is that we should always love our siblings and respect our parents no matter what. Two is that we should always try to control our anger, because being angry can lead us to many terrible things. Last but not least is that we shouldn't be arrogant people, because being arrogant is not good in any way. Qabil, he always thought that he was better than Habil and deserved more, and that led him to murdering his own brother. So let's be a better person each day. That will be all from me. Thank you for your attention. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you for Pakistan and Next, you have number 15. File number 6. The next one is student number 15. Okay, so I start the stopwatch when you start saying the first word. Don't worry about the way to. This time we can. Okay, participant number 15, are you ready?
Ntar dulu, belum dinyalain. Yes.
Yes.
Insya Allah, yes.
Okay. 1, 2, 3, and go.
Warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Hi everyone. I'm glad to see the judges, teachers, and all the audience. Thank you so much for having me here. Today, I would like to share you a story made by me and my teachers. The story about the rude lion versus the brave animals. Enjoy! Once upon a time, there lived a lion, and he is well known as the king of the jungle. He was the rude king, and thought he was the strongest animal alive. He walked to the jungle looking for troubles with other animals to show off his power. You know who I am? I am the king. I am the mad king of the jungle. I am the strongest animal alive. I have the sharpest claws and teeth. Ha ha! No one can beat me. Said the lion, proud of himself. One day, he met a monkey. He grabbed him and said, "Stop! Tell me, who is the king of the jungle?" The monkey was very afraid of the lion, and then he answered anxiously, "You are almighty lion. Please leave me alone." With rudeness, he answered, "Ha! All right, good answer. Go ahead then." And when he met another animal, he did the same thing. He also grabbed the swimming duck and said, "Stop
Stop, Scrunch, stop! Tell me, who is the king of the jungle?
The dog was very scared of the lion. And then he answered scarily. Quack, quack! You are almighty lion! Please leave me alone!
Then he roughly answered. Aha! All right, good answer. Wait, duck. The lion was very proud of his power and weakness to other animals. He walked through the jungle boastfully, took up some chanting, and convinced himself that he was the best. After a long walk, the lion was very tired and sleepy, so he went to sleep under a tree. Oh, I'm so sleepy. The mighty king needs to sleep now. Knowing that the lion was asleep, the monkey and the swimming duck gathered. They wanted to make some plans to teach the lion a lesson. We have to fight him. He's getting in too far, said the monkey. Yes, but he's too strong for both of us. We have to work together and ask other animals about it, said the duck. But who and how? Said the monkey desperately. Then they remembered the wise and brave elephant. They wanted to ask the elephant to fight the lion. Let's go get some help to the elephant. They met the elephant and he agreed to help them because he was also so tired of hearing the lion's rudeness to other animals. They discussed and finally the duck came out with an amazing idea. Guys, I have an idea. I'll tease the lion to chase me. The monkey will tie the lion to the loop so he can move, and the elephant will beat him up. Yay! The elephant and the monkey immediately agreed to the plan. When the lion woke up, the duck teased him.
You can chase me, you can chase me.
How dare you do that in front of the mighty king? He immediately chased the duck. He didn't realize that he was tied up. Ow! Run! Get me out of here! Ah! He tried to escape, but the rope was so tight. Not so long after that, the elephant showed up with an angry face. This is what you get for being so rude! Ah! The elephant wrapped the lion with his trunk, twirling him around till the rope untied and threw him against the tree, leaving the lion in a crumpled heap on the ground. The lion struggles to his feet. Hey, take it easy, man, take it easy. Relax, no reason for being so rude, said the shameless lion. Rude? You are the rude one, lion, said the elephant. They were very brave. They can defeat the lion. You have to know that there's still another side about the style. Do not underestimate around you. Everyone has the power to surprise anyone at any point of time. And from now on, you have to be humble, said the elephant wisely. I'm sorry for doing that to you all. I promise I won't do that again. Quite the lion. Thank you for listening to my story. That's all the story about the rude lion versus the brave animals. Remember, don't be rude like the lion because that's not good. Be nice to other people and keep the peace. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay.
Thank you for contestant number 15. Next is the contestant number 36. Contestant number 36 already joined the main session. For contestant number 36, please join the main session.
Kalau di yang terakhir kurang 5, tapi yang tadi 5 kan tidak. Yang ini karena
Oke, untuk Aiska, partisipan number 36, please turn on the camera so I can make you in the spotlight. Okay, thank you. Aiska?
Yes?
Restart ya. 1, 2, 3, and go.
The honorable judges, dear my friends who participate in this competition, my loving brothers and sisters, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Konnichiwa! Have you heard about the legends of Ubasute? Today, I'm happy to tell this very touching story from Japan that will show a mother's unconditional love. The Aged Mother. Long, long ago, in a small country village in Japan called Shining, there lived at the foot of the mountain a farmer and his aged widowed mother. They owned a bit of land that supplied them with food. They were humble, peaceful, and happy. Shining was ruled by a hateful leader. He was a powerful warrior, but he had one great fear. He was terrified of growing old and didn't even want to see the elderly. As a result, he sent out a terrible order. The whole area was told to put all the old people to death. Many people then simply abandoned the elderly to die. The farmer's mother said to her son, "My son, I'm already 60. It's time for you to leave me in the mountain." Hearing what his mother had said, there was bitterness on his face. He dearly loved his mother, and the order caused him great pain. But no one had ever dared to disobey the order of the wicked ruler. So he had no option and considered it the kindest way to put his mother to death. He carried his mother on his back and started on his painful journey up the mountain. The trail was long and steep.
He was crossed and recrossed by many paths, by many hunters and woodcutters. At some point, they got lost and confused, but he just kept climbing up towards Obatsuyama, which means abandoning of the age. The farmer's mother, traveling on her son's back, noticed that he was unsure where he was going. He was wandering from one path to another. He was worried that he would get into trouble on his way back down. So, as they moved along, she reached out her hand and snapped branch twigs. She dropped a handful for every few steps to show the way back. At last, they got to the top of the mountain. The man was tired, but also feeling guilty of letting his mother die there. His mother said, "It will soon be dark. Hurry and get home safe." He put down the rice and the water he prepared and prepared a comfortable place for his mother. He made a soft bed out of fallen pine needles and gently placed his mother upon it. He wrapped his mother's tatted coat around his shoulders. Then, with tears in his eyes and pain in his heart, he said goodbye. Then, with a trembling voice, she said, "Son, the road is full of danger. Look carefully and put piles of twigs on it. They will guide you back down to the path you no longer down the mountain." The son looked back on the path and was surprised to see the piles of twigs, and looked down at the old shriveled hands of his mother. They were scratched and dirty because of the loving work she had done for him. He bowed down and said, "Oh, dear mother, your kindness breaks my heart. I will not leave you." Once again, he put his mother on his back and set off down the mountain and took her home. Finally, he hid her in his barn. He made sure she had all the food that she needed and constantly looked after her. Time passed, and the governor sent out another order. This one was extremely unreasonable. He wanted his people to give him a gift of a rope made of ashes. The entire province was trembling with dread. One night, the son told his mother, "The Lord ordered us to make a rope out of ash. If we can't do it, we'll have to pay more to tribute him." "Son, it's a piece of cake. Make a rope out of twisted straw, then stretch it upon a row of flat stone and burn it on a windless night." He called all the people together and did as she said. And when the blaze died down, there upon the stones, with every twist and fiber showing perfectly, lay a rope of ashes. The governor was impressed at his intelligence and praised greatly. "You are a clever man, but how did you get this idea?" "My lord, forgive me. The truth is, it wasn't me. My old mother helped me. I know that you gave an order to throw away the elderly, but I couldn't do such cruel thing to the person that loved me more than herself." She solved the difficult problem. Old people indeed can no longer work hard. They know more than things than the young. The governor suddenly thought a second and said, "You are right. I was wrong to misjudge the elderly. From now on, I want everybody to take good care of the elderly." That very hour, the cruel law was abolished. The end. What do you think of this story? It is so heartwarming and tear-dropping, isn't it? This man with his mother had fought cruelty with love and affection. But on top of the emotional effect, this story also gives a moral lesson, and that is to love and care for our parents. Additionally, Quran has made it compulsory for children to treat their parents with mercy. وَوَصَّيْنَا الْإِنسَانَ بِوَالِدَيْهِ إِحْسَانًا. And we have commanded man to be good towards parents. With all their sacrifice all throughout our lives, no children can ever repay fully. So, let's show kindness, respect, and obedience to our parents. May Allah give us the strength to be a source of happiness for our parents. Thank you for listening. I hope this inspired you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Oh, 6 menit 30. 6 menit 20. Ya.
Thank you for participant number 26. And then the next one is participant number 4. Clarissa Abigaili. For Clarissa Abigaili, please join the main session, Clarissa. Clarissa sudah hadir?
Hadir.
Oke, terima kasih. Tolong dinyalakan kameranya supaya bisa di-spotlight ya. Oke.
Hello everyone, my name is Clarissa Abigaili, and today I want to tell you the legend of the crying stone. Once upon a time, there lived an old widow named Mata. She lived with her daughter named Daphne. They lived on a small village in Borneo Island. Daphne was very beautiful, sadly she was just very lazy and very selfish. Also, she never helped her mother do works. Every day, Daphne always spent her time in front of the mirror to beautify herself, dress up, and then adorn her beauty. Meanwhile, Manasa had to work hard to fulfill their daily needs. Besides lazy, she was also a spoiled girl. Everything she wanted has to be fulfilled, or else she would cry out loud. Even though she had an attitude like that, somehow her mother still loved her. So her mother also tried to fulfill what she wanted. One day, Madasa was very tired. She tried to ask her daughter to finish the work in the field. My child, I am very tired. Could you please help me? Said Madasa. But Dani was ignoring her. She was just singing and dancing in front of the mirror. Oh my God, I'm the most beautiful girl in the world. Look at me. Oh. No one has the beauty like me, said Dani proudly. Actually, Madasa was very angry, and then she shouted to her daughter. Dani, are you listening to me? Oh, what did you say, Mom? You asked me to go to the field? Oh, Mother, please don't ask me something like that. Listen, I do not like my skin turning dark. And also, I don't want to waste my time in the field. Oh my God, I cannot imagine that. Said Dani arrogantly. So, Madasa went to the field alone and left her daughter at home. The next day, Madasa wanted to go to the market. Dami knew about this and she forced her mom to buy her some cosmetics. Oh, Mom, do you want to go to the market? I have these cosmetics. In this list, I have written every single cosmetic, and you have to buy me everything in here, said Dami. At first, her mother didn't want to. Dami, sweetheart, I don't understand anything about your cosmetics. And also, I don't think I have enough money to buy all of this. But Dami threatened her. So, Madasa agreed to fulfill her daughter's request. Before going to the market, her daughter reminded her. Okay. Let's go shopping. But I don't want to walk beside you. You have to walk behind me. Because I don't want to get embarrassed when people see me. Although Madasa was very sad to hear that, she still fulfilled her daughter's request because she didn't want her daughter to feel embarrassed. On the way to the market, they met a man. Oh, hey, baby girl. Oh, who's that old woman beside you? Is she your mother? He asked. Oh, what makes you think of this? Of course she's not my mother. She's my servant. Daphne replied. Madasa was very heartbroken to hear that. She kept crying out loud along the streets. Of course, silently, because she didn't want to hurt her daughter's feelings. While she was walking, people kept asking, "Who's that woman behind you? Who's that woman behind you?" And then Daphne's reply was the same. "Oh, she is my servant." That made her mother couldn't bear it anymore. So she prayed to God. Oh Lord, I cannot handle it anymore. Please punish my ungrateful daughter. After she stopped praying, suddenly Daphne's hot body slowly turned into a rock. The change came slowly. When Daphne realized this, she cried. Mother, what's happening to me? Mother, help me, please, help me, Mother. Then Daphne realized she had hurt her mother's feelings. She cried and begged forgiveness to her mother. Mother, please, I want to please stop, Mom, help me. Finally, her stone fully became a rock. Madasa actually felt guilty to see her daughter like that. But she could not do anything about it because she was the one who wished for it. Although her body had fully become a rock, people could still see her tears flowing down. That is the reason why it is called batu menangis or crying stone. Okay, so the moral of the story is that to be a dutiful child to your mother, never ever hurt your mother's feelings. Why? Because heaven lies beneath our mother's foot. This is also a hadith from our Prophet Muhammad SAW, which sounds, "Verily Allah has commanded you to be kind to your mother 3 times. Verily Allah has been told to be kind to your fathers. And verily Allah has commanded you to be kind to your closest relatives and those who are closest." Okay, that is all from me. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you for contestant number 4. And then the next one is contestant number 43. Ganesh, are you ready?
Yes, Miss.
Okay. 1, 2, 3, and go.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, the judges and the audience. At this time, I'm going to tell you a story. The title is The Gingerbread Man. Here I will start, so please enjoy. Once upon a time lived a little old couple next to the forest. They lived happily and peacefully. The only thing made them regret was that they had no child. So sometimes they felt lonely. One morning, the little old woman decided to bake a gingerbread man. She mixed all the ingredients together, rolled out the dough, cut out the gingerbread man, and popped him in the oven to bake. But something happened. Do you know, guys, what it was? When the little old woman opened the oven door, the gingerbread man jumped up and ran away. "Stop!" cried the little old woman. "Come back, come back!" Then the little old woman was out to chase the gingerbread man. "We want to eat you!" cried the little old man, and they ran after the gingerbread man. But he was too fast. Run, run, as fast as you can. You cannot catch me, I'm the gingerbread man, he said. Then he darted into a field, passing a pig, a cow, and a horse. They all wanted to eat him too. Such a nice cookie! I should catch and eat him! The cow began to run after the gingerbread man. Don't run! I'm gonna eat you! Yelled the cow. Hey! I've run away from the little old woman and the little old man, and I can run away from you all, he told the animals. And he said, run, run, as fast as you can. You cannot catch me, I'm the gingerbread man. After a while, the gingerbread man reached a river. How will I get across? Then a sly fox saw the gingerbread man. Such a nice cookie. I should catch him. Then the fox talked with the gingerbread man. Hey, gingerbread man, jump into my bag and I will take you across the river. A sly fox. He never does something without his own proposals. But I have no choice. I must be watchful then. So the gingerbread man jumped into Fox's bag and the fox began to swim across the river. Swim, swim. After a while, the fox cried, "You are too heavy for my bag, gingerbread man. Jump into my nose." So the gingerbread man scrambled into his nose. But as soon as they reached the river bank, the fox flipped the gingerbread man up into the air and he fell straight into his open jaws. Do you know, guys, what happened next? The fox opened his mouth and he was ready to gobble him up. But at the same time, a crow flew and took the gingerbread man away. This is my new danger. The crow wants me too. I need to find a way to be free from her. Then the gingerbread man talked with the crow. Hey, beautiful crow, do you know why the fox flipped me up into the air? You don't know? Okay, so honestly, I made of poisonous materials. So nobody can eat me. Suddenly, the crow opened her mouth and the gingerbread man fell into the ground. And finally, he was saved. And he started to run and run again. Run, run, as fast as you can. You cannot catch me. I'm the gingerbread man. And now I am safe. The end. So guys, do you know what the moral value of the story? The moral value of the story is to make our dreams come true, we need big efforts because we will find so many problems and difficulties. Remember, there is a will, there is a way. Inna ma'al usri yusra, fa inna ma'al usri yusra. That's all from me. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you for contestant number 43. Next is contestant number 21. Sudah hadir? Peserta
Yes.
21. Oke.
Sudah, Bu. Suaranya kedengeran?
Oke, kedengeran. 1, 2, 3, and go.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. The honorable judges, thank you for giving me the opportunity to perform on the finals. The story that I'd like to tell you today is the story of Prophet Musa alayhi wassalam. It teaches us on how we should never worship any other than Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. As it is written in Azariyat verse 56. وَمَا خَلَقْتُ الْجِنَّ وَالْإِنسَ إِلَّا لِيَعْبُدُونَ. Meaning, and in no way did I create jinn and mankind except to worship me. A short while before Prophet Musa alayhi wassalam was born, Fir'aun had a dream of a fire burning in the land of Egypt. And there was only Bani Israeli boys who survived. Fir'aun was worried. So that's why he gathered all the fortune tellers to tell him the meaning of his dream. No one was dared to say anything. If you want your head to stay on its place, you better tell me now.
Forgive us, my Lord. From what we can interpret, there will be a boy from Bani Israel, and he will be the one destroying your kingdom.
Hearing this, the cruel king then ordered all of his soldiers to kill every baby boy born from Bani Israel. And that is the time when Musa alayhi wasalam was born. Musa's mother took him out in his basket and placed him in the river Nile. The baby Musa was carried away by the current of Nile, and by God's will, he didn't feel hungry or didn't even cry. Eventually, he was founded by Fir'aun's wife, Aisha. She asked her husband for permission to keep the baby. Musa grew up well, but Fir'aun still didn't change his temper. He still went hunting down all the baby boys from Bani Israel. So that's why Musa fled Egypt in fear for his life. And in the shadow of Mount Tur, he saw a fire coming from a green tree and heard voices commanding him to throw his stick to the ground. Miraculously, it turned into a snake. Musa was shocked. And on that day, he was appointed as a messenger of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. The rumor has it, the news spread throughout the nations that Musa alayhi wasalam was the holy messenger of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. But Fir'aun was too arrogant to acknowledge this. Taken from Ashwara, verse 26 until 31. And what is the Lord of mankind, jinn, and all that exist? The Lord of the heavens, earth, and all in between, if you seek to be convinced with certainty. Can you not hear what he says? Your Lord, and the Lord of your ancient fathers. Clearly, your messenger who has been sent to you is mad. The Lord of the east, west, and all in between, if you did but understand. If you choose a God other than me, I will certainly put the prisoners. If only I had something for you to manifest and convincing. Enough! Bring it forth then. Then Fir'aun ordered all his great magicians to do the same tricks as Musa did. They threw pieces of rope on the ground, and these cords began to wriggle like snakes. But when Musa cast his stick down, his snake immediately devoured all the ropes. The magicians immediately realized that this was no miracle, was no magic, but a miracle. Then Allah commanded Musa to warn Fir'aun and his people. If they continued in their ways, they would be punished. But Fir'aun just got worse. So, to punish him and his people, the country was hit by a famine. River turned to blood, fish died, flood, and there were no fresh water at all. The people came and begged to Musa. But unfortunately, when the situation improved, they went back to their idol worship. Tired of everything, Musa then gathered all the people of Bani Israel and left for Palestine. But when Fir'aun took notice of this, he followed them with a huge army. Musa stood at the edge of the Red Sea and looked out towards the horizon. In front of us is this impassable barrier, and behind us is the enemy. Surely death can't be avoided. But Musa did not panic. He waited for God to keep his promise. Taken from Ashura verse 65 until verse 67. And we saved Musa and the others, everyone. And then we drowned the others. Indeed, in that there is a sign of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala's power. But most of them do not believe. Then Musa was commanded to strike the sea with his stick. And amazingly, the sea began to swirl, the pathway for him and his people to walk across it. Once they reached the other side, Allah then showed his power once more and closed the sea while Fir'aun was chasing them. The Egyptians immediately knew that the God whom they worshipped and obeyed was a mere man who could not keep death away from his own neck. My name is Farel Orfin Hernando, and wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you for contestant number 21. Next is the contestant number 24. Okay. Are you ready?
Hear my voice?
Yes, yes, yes. Okay.
Okay.
Let's start when I say go. 1, 2, 3, and go.
Hi everyone! Today I'm going to tell you a story that hopefully will encourage you to be grateful of what you have in your life. My name is Medina Safira. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the story. Long time ago, there lived a stonecutter who went every day to a great rock on the side of a big mountain and cut out slabs for gravestones of houses. He understood each kind of stones wanted for different purposes. And as he was a careful workman, he had plenty of customers. For a long time, he was quite happy and contented and asked for nothing better than what he had. Now, in the mountain dwelt a spirit, which now and then appeared to man and helped them in many ways to become rich. Time was coming when he learned to change his opinion. One day, the stonecutter carried a great stone to the house of a rich man. And when he entered the house, wow, there are all sorts of expansive and beautiful things. Behavior. And he said to himself, oh, if I were only a rich man and could sleep in a bed with silken curtains and golden tassels, how happy I should be. And the voice answered, your wish is heard, a rich man. At the sound of the voice, the woodcutter looked around. Nobody. So he picked up his tool and went home, for not feeling inclined to do any more work that day. But when he arrived at his little house where he lived, he stood still with amazement, for instead of his wooden hut, with his stately palace filled with splendid furniture, he was nearly beside himself with joy, and in his new life, the old one was soon forgotten.
A rich man he was, living in his new happy life. It is now the beginning of the summer, and each day the sun blazed more wishful. And when he saw that in spite of wood that he poured in his grass, the sun rays scorched it, he cried in his anger, "Is the sun mightier than I? Oh, if I were only the sun!" And the spirit voice answered, "Your wish is heard, the sun you shall be." And the sun he was felt himself proud in his power. He stretched his beam above and below, on earth and in heaven. He burned up the grass in the fields and scorched the faces of the rich man as well as of poor folk. But in a short time he began to feel tired of his might, for there seemed nothing left for him to do. Discontent once more filled his soul. Then he saw the rock on the big side of the mountain, unmoved, resistant to the heat of the sun. He cried in his wonder, "Oh, is the rock mightier than I? Is the rock mightier than I? Oh, if I were only the rock!" Then the mountain spirit answered, "Your wish is heard, the rock he shall be." And the rock he was, gloried in his power. Proudly he stood, neither the heat of the sun nor the force of the rain could move him. But then, one day, he heard a strange noise at his feet. Tuck, tuck, tuck. He looked down to see what it could be, and he saw a stonecutter driving tools into his service. Tuck, tuck, tuck. Even while he looked, trembling feeling ran all through him. A great blood broke off and fell upon the ground. Then he cried in his wrath, "Oh, is the murder of earth mightier than I? Oh, if I were only a man!" And the spirit voice answered, "Your wish is heard. A man once more you shall be." And a man he was, and in the sweat of his brow he toiled again at his trade of stone cutting. His bed was hard and his food scanty, but he had to learn to be satisfied with it. And he was happy at last, and heard the spirit's voice no longer. Well, ladies and gentlemen, from this story, you can pick the lesson that we all should be grateful of what we have in our life. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala said in the Quran Surah Ibrahim verse 7, "A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. La in shakartum la azidannakum wa la in kafartum inna adabi lashadid." Which means, if you are grateful to me, I will increase you in favor. But if you are thankless, then indeed my punishment is severe. Well, that's all from me today. Thank you for listening and have a great day. See you.
Thank you for the contestant number 24. Now we have contestant number 38. Oke, yuk kedengaran.
Suara dulu.
Okay. Can you hear me? Yes, we can hear you. Okay, ready, start. 1, 2, 3, go.
Walking in the jungle, walking in the jungle. Oh, hi there. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Let me introduce myself. My name is Alice Satyendra, and I welcome you to the jungle. Here, animals give up things hard in order to survive. Like mouse deer over there. Speaking about mouse deer, let me tell you the story of the smart mouse deer. One day, mouse deer went down to the river to take a drink. But she knew that crocodile might be
waiting underwater to eat him. So he said, I wonder what is today. I know. I'll put in my leg and find out. Of course, Mouse didn't put in his leg. He picked up a stick instead and put one end into the water. Chomp! Crocodile grabbed the stick and pulled it into the water. Mouse laughed. Oh my! Stupid crocodile! Can't you tell the difference between a stick and a leg? Mouse ran off to drink somewhere else. The next day, Mouse wanted to cross the river. He wanted to get the fruits on the other side of the river. He saw a log floating in the river. He knew that crocodiles looked like a log when they floated. Mouse didn't want to be eaten by crocodile. He had an idea. He called out loud, "Crocodile! Crocodile!" Crocodile then rose from the water. "Hello, Mouse. Have you come to be my lunch today?" asked Crocodile. "Sorry, not today, Crocodile. I took orders from the king. He invite all of the crocodiles in the river to a party. He wants me to count all of the crocodiles in this river so that he can prepare enough meals for you." "Really? Food? Oh, tell us what to do. Tell us what to do," said the crocodile. "You must line up from this side of the river to the other side," said Mouse. Crocodile then gathered all of his friends and family. They lined up across the river. Mouse then jumped on the crocodile's back. "One," he counted, and on to the next one. "Two, and the next one. 3. Mouse kept on jumping until he arrived on the other side of the river. "So, how many are there?" asked Crocodile. "Just enough," Mouse said. Then he ran to the jungle. After running away from Crocodile, Mouse met a hungry tiger. Tiger was craving for food. When he was walking, he saw Mouse and wanted to eat him. Tiger slowly approached Mouse. When he was on ideal range, he pounced on him. "Gotcha! Hello, Mouse dear. I am very hungry today. You will be my lunch." Mouse didn't want to be his lunch, so he tried to stay calm and look around. He saw a sleeping python on a tree branch. "I'm sorry, Tiger, but I can't come today. The king has ordered me to guard his bell." "His bell?" asked the tiger, curiously. "Yes, there it is. It is the most comfortable belt on earth." "Can I wear it?" asked the tiger. "Of course not. The king would be very angry at me." "Please, just once. The king would never know. Please," said the tiger. "Well, okay, but you have to let me go first, so the king couldn't blame it on you." "All right, fine, you can go now." Mouse then ran as quickly as he can out of Tiger's sight. Tiger then grabbed the sleeping python and wrapped it around himself. The python woke up and slowly squeezed and bit him. "Ouch! There's not bell. It's a python! Mouse help me!" But Mouse was already far. And once again, Mouse quick thinking had saved him. So the moral of the story is that we need to be able to think quickly in order to get out of a dangerous situation. Well, that's the end of my story.
Thank you for your attention. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Next is participant number 44.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Well, hi, it's been a while. Do you remember me?
Yes.
Well, that's great. So the fact that I'm here, I'm going to assume you liked my last story. And thanks for that. I practiced a lot. So today I have a great story for you. The Proud Red Rose. Have you ever heard of it?
No.
Well, I'm gonna tell you. One beautiful spring day, a red rose blossomed in the forest. As the rose looked around, a pine tree nearby said, "My, what a beautiful flower! Oh, I wish I was that lovely." Another tree then said, "Oh, dear pine, don't be sad. We cannot have everything." The rose turned and remarked, "Well, it seems that I'm the most beautiful flower of this forest." A sunflower raised its yellow head and asked, "Well, why do you say that? In this forest, there are many beautiful flowers. You are just one of them." The red rose replied, "Well, I see everyone looking at me and admiring me." The red rose then looked at a cactus and said, "Look at that ugly plant, full of thorns." The pine tree then said, "Red rose, what kind of talk is this? Who can say what beauty is? You have thorns too." The proud red rose looked angrily at the pine tree and said, "And I thought you had good taste. You clearly don't know what beauty is at all. You cannot compare my thorns to that of a cactus." What a proud flower, thought the trees. The rose tried to move its roots away from the cactus, but it could not move. As the days passed by, the red rose would look at the cactus and say insulting things like, "Ugh, this plant is useless. How sorry I'm to be its neighbor." The cactus never got upset and even tried to advise the rose. "You know, God did not create any form of life without a purpose." Soon, spring passed, and the weather became very warm. Life became difficult for the forest as there was no rain, and the red rose began to wilt. But the cactus looked as strong as ever. One day, the red rose saw sparrows stick their beak into the cactus, then fly away looking refreshed. This was puzzling. The red rose asked the pine tree what the birds were doing. The pine tree explained that the birds were getting water from the cactus. "So, does it not hurt when they make holes?" asked the red rose. "Yes, but the cactus does not like to see the birds suffer," replied the pine tree. The red rose opened its eyes in wonder and exclaimed, "The cactus has water?" Yes, you can also drink from it. The birds can bring the water to you if you ask the cactus for help. The red rose felt too ashamed to ask for water from the cactus. But finally, it did ask for help, and the cactus gladly agreed. Of course, Rose, despite your insults, I will always help those in need. And so the birds filled their beaks with water and watered the rose's roots. Thus, the red rose learned a lesson to never judge anyone by their appearances ever again. The end. So, you listened to another one of my stories. God, I hope you liked it. Well, now I sadly have to go, but I hope you'll keep me in mind. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you for participant number 44. And then for the last one is the participant number 30. Sudah hadir participant number 30?
Hadir, Miss.
Okay.
Yes, this is 13.
It should be 13 from vocabulary.
Yep.
Yeah. Right?
Yes.
Berarti 5 ya? Berarti 5.
The formula on this.
Okay, Sheila. You may start.
All right.
Okay.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Asyhadu alla ilaha illallah wa asyhadu anna Muhammadar Rasulullah. Ladies and gentlemen, our respected guests, my name is Sheila Alfira, and I'm here to tell you a folktale originating from West Sumatra, entitled Malin Kunda. Once upon a time, there were a mother and her young son, namely Malin Kunda, lived in a difficult life. They hang life with whatever nature had for them. They collect woods from the forest and sold them to buy their food. It was not enough to fulfill their daily needs normally. They eat whatever food there was. They wore whatever clothes there was. They were very poor. Malin was an active child. He likes to run around the village, playing kites, and even chase chickens. One time, as he was just chasing a chicken, he tripped over a rock and fell on his forehead. He went home crying to his mom. Mom, I fell on my forehead. It hurts so bad, Mom, cried Malin. His mother then hugged him tight and carefully cured his forehead. One day, when Malin got older, he asked permission to his mother to find a job.
Mother, can you please allow me to find a job so we can live a better life? I promise I'll come back as soon as possible, Mother.
His mother was a bit concerned at first, since his father passed away as he was just working out of time. But seeing the spirit in Malin's smile, his mother then agreed.
Of course, my dear. Go on, find a job. May God bless you. Replied his mother. Malin then tries his luck on a big ship. His poor life motivated him in working very hard. He was very diligent. He made his career increases in a short time until he became rich. The merchant of the ship was interested in him. He wanted Malin to marry his daughter. Malin agreed as his daughter was very beautiful. After their marriage, Malin's wife invited him to see his homeland. Malin agreed. Their ship then anchored near the harbor of West Sumatra. Everybody heard them coming. They all shouted, "Malin, he's back! He's rich now!" Malin's mother then came to the harbor and found Malin and his wife. "Welcome to your village, Malin," said his mother. "Ew, is that your mother? How filthy!" said his wife in disgust. Malin was ashamed to his wife when he saw his mother in bad clothes. He always lied to everyone that he was a son from a rich man. "No, my dear, I don't know who that is. Probably just some beggar." "Malin, you don't remember me, do you? I am your mother, Malin." "Go away! I have no mother like you. Stay away from me." "I know you're my son, Malin Kundang. You have the scar just like him. How can I forget? I sewed that scar all by myself with all my heart, Malin." "Stop making lies about me, you beggar. You are not my mother. Go away." Malin's mother was very sad. She was in belief and disbelief that the man on that ship is her own son, Malin Kundang. She asked help from God by praying. "Dear God, if the man on that ship is really not my son, Malin Kundang, forgive me that I felt he was. But if he is, you are the greatest. Turn him into a stone." All of a sudden, the sky went dark and there were thunders. That was the last minute. Everything was normal. Malin begged for forgiveness, but everything was too late. He then collapses into a stone. So that's all my story about Malin Kundang. I hope y'all can learn the moral from this story, which is to never forget the love and care that your mother gave you. Because after all, she is the woman behind all your success. My name is Sheila Alfira. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Okay. So that's a wrap. Thank you so much for all the teachers, for all the amazing participants, for the juries, and everyone that also watched the performance. The winner announcement will be tomorrow on Saturday, so don't forget to watch
maybe in Zoom or YouTube. On the announcement of storytelling competition, FeLKA 2022. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Terima kasih banyak Bapak Ibu anak-anak semuanya yang sudah tampil. Mungkin Ibu dari yang mau disampaikan?
Harus di sini ya.
Okay. Oh, okay. Can you guys hear me? Yeah. Yeah. I'll just sit down. Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is I'm one of the judges for the storytelling competition today. I just want to say congratulations to all of you guys. We enjoyed listening to all of your stories. Thank you so much, and you will have your winners tomorrow, yeah? Yeah. All right, thank you guys so much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Miss Husnia.
Thank you, Miss Nia.
Thank you, Miss Nia.
Ibu.
Silahkan, Pak.
Bentar, saya lagi. Ya. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Baik teman-teman semuanya, Bapak Ibu guru, jadi terima kasih sudah berpartisipasi dalam kegiatan ini. Semoga kemenangan pada semuanya di ajang yang sebenarnya atau di ajang yang diselenggarakan oleh pemerintah. Mungkin itu yang ingin sampaikan. Untuk final ya, hasilnya akan disampaikan besok pukul 1 bersama dengan penutupan ya. Mungkin mulai dari pukul 1 sampai dengan selesai. Jadi itu saja yang saya sampaikan. Terima kasih buat semuanya. Semoga ini menjadi hiburan buat kita semuanya. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Ya, foto dulu kita ya. Itu coba. Ini bisa dimasuk?
Terima kasih Bapak Ibu.
Yang mau